Ladies and gentlemen, I can feel the tension in the air. Welcome to the quarterfinal rounds of the hashtag Afuri Republic Secondary Schools Debate Competition. We have journeyed across the island, across 3 different zones, seen 28 schools debate 46 times to determine who the best of the best are. And ladies and gentlemen, in this room with us, we have some of the best of the best. Welcome to an exciting debate. With us, we have WOLME'S College facing off against OCHO RIOS High. WOLME'S High School facing off against OCHO RIOS High. So we're not limiting ourselves to zones in these debates anymore. This is the all-island playoffs. The motion for this round reads, this House would divert public funding from tertiary education to improving infrastructure, for example, roads, transportation, drainage, and telecommunications. At this point in time, we know the drill. The first speaker gets 8 minutes, the second speaker gets 7, the third speaker gets 5 minutes, the reply speaker gets 3 minutes. The first and last minute of each speech is called protected time, in which no points of information will be allowed. And of course, there will be no points of information in the reply speech. Ladies and gentlemen, I know we're excited. I am excited. My judges are excited. So I'll cut my time short and introduce the first speaker from WOLME'S High. Here, here.
Chief Adjudicator, the judging panel, members of the opposition, my fellow government members, and of course the audience, good morning. Today we got to tackle the motion. This House will divert public funding from tertiary education to improving infrastructure, roads, transportation, drainage, telecommunications, etc. Before I get into the substantives of my speech, it is my burden to put the key terms into context that will guide the arguments of this debate. Firstly, to divert is to change course or to turn from one direction to another. Public funding relates to the monetary provisions of resources a state entity makes to contribute or manage the operative costs of another entity, while tertiary education refers to the educational level following the completion of secondary education, and this includes universities and colleges as well as trade schools. Infrastructure, as used in the motion, refers to the construction, facilities, or systems owned and maintained by the government, otherwise referred to as public infrastructure. This would include, as provided in the motion, public transportation, roads, drainage, telecommunications. However, we as proposition will expand this to include water treatment and capacity centers, healthcare facilities, parks, and primary and secondary educational facilities. Now, after first hearing this motion, persons may be quick to come up with passionate arguments against this policy. However, we believe that after informed arguments, one can only see that for Jamaica, this particular juncture, more strategic investment is needed in public infrastructure for the benefit of the Jamaican people. For too long, the state has not prioritized public infrastructure. And now, the Jamaican people are left to contend and pay for poor infrastructure, greatly affecting the quality of life. Instead, the state has allocated large amounts of public expenditure through subsidies and subventions to lower the tuition costs of tertiary education centers, build out infrastructure facilities within the tertiary institutions, provide a range of scholarships, among other things, which only primarily benefits the individual. And these are all well and good, but the truth is, this expenditure only primarily benefits the individual and not necessarily the society, who are the ones funding these programs in the first place. Despite this, one would think Jamaica already boasts an efficient public infrastructure, seeing our high expenditure towards tertiary education. After all, it is suggested that more tertiary education graduates build a country's technical team and therefore improve economic growth. But where is the evidence that this policy has been working for Jamaica when it has been employed by the Jamaican government for decades now? Therefore, we cannot continue on the same course. And this becomes clear with just a walk in any of our townscapes today. Our roads. The Jamaican road network is plagued by the all too common and annoying pothole, which causes drivers to have to perform evasive maneuvers to avoid the unfortunate drop in a large crater. And when they do fall into a pothole, it damages the structural integrity of their vehicle, which the driver will need to fix with his own money, another cost left to bear by the Jamaican citizen. Public transportation has never been an efficient process in Jamaica. The state-owned Jamaica Urban Transit Company has performed very poorly, requiring enormous subventions from central government, despite its goal to cover its operating costs through its own revenues. This is a result of the poor investment in transportation. Drainage. It is almost routine that every time the country sees continuous levels of rainfall, the country expects the most honorable Prime Minister to make a statement in Parliament, thanking God for sparing our lives through the rainfall and another allocation of public resources to restore roads and paths to previous conditions. What is not announced is the cost to families and households whose properties were flooded, their furniture destroyed, and their livelihoods affected. And I could go on, but I believe the picture I'm portraying is becoming more clear. The Jamaican citizens are paying for the cost of poor public infrastructure. Our businesses and economy are paying for the cost of poor public infrastructure. The very government itself is paying for the cost of poor public infrastructure. But what to do about it? We say divert funds from the large and almost unwieldy levels of public funding for tertiary education, which only primarily benefits the individual, and instead let us prioritize the society, who collectively pays obscene amounts of money through taxation only to get underwhelming and insufficient public infrastructure. Accepted?
Do you forget that the students in the tertiary schools are still a part of the society?
Yes.
Not the same class?
Yes, we agree and we understand that our tertiary graduates are very important to our country. However, we propose and we believe that with poor infrastructure, our educated tertiary workers are making the conscious decision to leave the country due to our poor public infrastructure. Back to my speech. There has been this very dangerous narrative about the duties of central government. The Jamaican people have come to expect the state to provide revenues, direct revenues, for each individual person to improve themselves and family. And this is no more clear than with over-reliance of state funding for tertiary education. What is needed is a reprioritization of the Jamaican expenditure. Are we going to continue elevating our citizens on an individual level, or are we going to provide a tangible avenue for all Jamaicans to elevate themselves? Let us be clear, we on this side do not deny the high rates of poverty in our country, which hinders many from attaining tertiary education. However, the answer to solve the systemic poverty issue cannot be done through an individual case-by-case basis, as is being done now. No, it must be done through the elevation of public infrastructure, stimulating economic growth, and which will in turn allow the great opportunity for the Jamaican people to elevate themselves. The Jamaican government can simply not afford the magnitude of improving and modernizing our public infrastructure while allocating large amounts of resources through expenditure to fund tertiary education. We propose that for the next 10 years, Jamaica will shift its focus from funding tertiary education and instead focus on building our public infrastructure and strengthening our resilience. With a reformed and well-funded National Works Agency, regular maintenance can be provided to our roads, ensuring that not only are potholes less common, but also pesky manhole covers are properly integrated into the roads, gaping holes into the sidewalk are rectified more quickly, and modernized roads are created to include bicycle lanes and pedestrian lanes. It would allow for the expansion of our public transit system. The country could implement a more efficient transportation method like metro or a well-connected train system that not only benefits the people, but also that can also transport cargo, reducing the number of trucks needed. This would greatly reduce the congestion on our roads with less trucks carrying goods, increasing productivity, and offer a reasonable choice to citizens for them to ditch vehicles and all these frustrations. These will be revolutionary to the Jamaican state. Think about the amount of money that will be available to the average Jamaica over the next 10 years. That is direct, tangible investment in not just one individual, but for the whole Jamaican populace. These funds will be used to finance home improvement and expansion, fund additional educational studies, including tertiary degrees, start a business, plan for vacation, plan for retirement, and overall directly benefiting and improving the quality of life for all Jamaicans. Therefore, it is warranted that the divergence is necessary for the next 10 years, and the proposition will continue our ardent support for this motion. We rest.
Thank you very much for that. We now invite the first opposition speaker to rebut some arguments and open the case for side OCHO RIOS. Hear, hear.
Mr. Chairman, honorable judges, my learned opponents, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. My teammates and I journeyed today from the Garden Parish of St. Anne, and we are here to enthusiastically oppose the motion before this House that this House would divert public funding from tertiary education to improving infrastructure. This is a proposal that we outrightly shun. In order to provide some context to this debate, let me first define a few key terms. Diverting, according to Oxford Dictionary, means to cause someone or something to change course or turn off from one direction to another. In this case, directing funding from tertiary education to infrastructural development. What is tertiary education? According to Google English Dictionary, tertiary education is for people above school age, including college, university, and vocational courses. Currently, on average, the government subsidizes approximately 50 to 80% of the tertiary education tuition fees for Jamaican students. This subsidy and funding of tertiary education has benefited hundreds of thousands of Jamaicans, as it has made tertiary education more accessible. By making higher education more accessible, the doors of opportunities have been opened to countless of persons who may not have been able to pursue further studies otherwise. This is a great opportunity that has aided in the development of Jamaica. Before I go further in my arguments, let me give my most learned opponents a little history lesson. When slavery was abolished in the 1830s, education became a key to breaking chains of poverty and inequality. In independent Jamaica, the government recognizes the importance of empowering its citizens through knowledge, skills, and thus prioritize the subsidization of tertiary education. As a matter of fact, tertiary education was free in the 1970s. This commitment paved the way for a brighter future for Jamaicans and set the foundation of the nation's development. As Jamaicans gained access to higher education levels, our nation witnessed a blossoming of intellectual and creative talent. Graduates from our universities, colleges, became pioneers in various fields, contributing to scientific advancements, literary achievements, and artistic expressions that enrich our cultural heritage and global standing. Public funding of tertiary education should not cease, should not be diverted, should not be decreased. This initiative should continue to be a priority of our people. As first speaker, I will first explore a balanced investment model. Secondly, how diverting funding from tertiary education to infrastructure development is short-sighted and will stifle the development of our human capital. To achieve sustainable development and for Jamaica to progress investment in both tertiary education and infrastructural development are crucial. So instead of diverting funding from tertiary education, a balanced approach should be more effective and will serve our benefit. Investing in tertiary education cultivates human capital, the most valuable asset of any nation, which I will speak about in detail shortly. By providing access to quality learning, we empower individuals with knowledge, skills, and expertise that drives innovation, entrepreneurship, and economic growth. At the same time, infrastructural development benefits our society as modern roads, bridges, public transportations, and utilities improve connectivity and efficiency, facilitating the movement of goods, services, and people. So instead of diverting money from tertiary education to infrastructural development, adequate budgetary allocation must be made for both areas with the help of private sectors so we could have public-private partnership. Diverting funding from such a crucial sector will be ill-advised and could be tantamount to the wastage of public funds. For example, honorable judges, the JUTC is a government-owned transportation company that operates mostly in the corporate area. For the 2022 to 2023 financial year, racked up a losses of over 11.4 billion, and in the 2021 to 2022 financial year, 1.8 billion. And I could provide numerous examples of the wastage of taxpayers' money in infrastructural development. So, a public-private partnership will allow private companies to invest in and manage infrastructure initiatives, sharing the financial burden with the government. This approach leverages the expertise and resources of private companies. The government could offer tax incentives and benefits to private companies that invest in education and infrastructure development. Such initiatives can encourage private sector involvement in these areas and free up government resources for other priorities. Nelson Mandela, the great philanthropist and Nobel Peace Prize winner, once declared, and I quote, "No country can really develop unless its citizens are educated." End of quote. Tertiary education has been a driving force in the development of Jamaican resources. When an individual acquired tertiary education, they acquire in-depth knowledge in diverse fields ranging from engineering, medicine, business, and the arts. This specialization enriches our human resource pool, making it more versatile, adaptable to the demands of various industries and sectors in Jamaica. Jamaica's Dr. Lawrence, a graduate from the University of the West Indies, did extensive research on the guinea hen weed in Jamaica. That research is showing promise in treating at least 12 different types of cancer. So promising that his research is offered 11 billion Jamaican dollars. Who knows? Therein may lie the cure for cancer. That, Mr. Chairman, is the power of the development of human capital. Yes, that is the power of tertiary education. Currently, Jamaica has a thriving democracy, a respected and effective judiciary, vibrant journalists, superb Jamaican teachers that are being recruited right across the world, excellent doctors, lawyers, engineers, skilled and competent tradesmen and women, a respective Jamaican political class. All of this, my opponents, did not come by chance, but came through the development of our human capital through tertiary education. Majority of who, if not all, benefited from public funding. Thank you.
Speaker, I now invite the second proposition speaker to make some rebuttals and advance the case for side WOLMER'S. Also, teams, remember, when you're giving your points of information, to ensure that your mic is unmuted so that the audience on YouTube can hear.
All protocols observed. Panel, my worthy opponents, viewers online and in person, good morning. Government is responsible for the formulation and implementation of the budget, its primary policy document. With that, difficult yet prudent decisions are required for them to make. Diverting public funding from tertiary education to improving infrastructure happens to be one of these decisions. As the second speaker for the proposition, I will be assuaging the hefty concerns as to the effectiveness of the motion by proving to you why the policy will reap more benefit than harm. Part of this process is to address the challenges made by the first speaker of the opposition. So he made a few claims, and we believe that some of them tend to coincide with the arguments that we have been proposing. So you mentioned that education, tertiary education, was fully subsidized in the 1970s. However, I ask you why this program had to come to a halt. This is because it was plunging Jamaica into debt. Just like the JUTC that you mentioned, any kind of public investment has the risk of developing a deficit or some sort of debt that may harm the country. But however, we say that infrastructure is just as important an investment as tertiary education, and we have proven benefits as to how it will help the country in terms of its economic development. We also need to clarify that all of the funding which we are mentioning is not to be shifted. So we see that you mentioned a balanced project. We plan to take action to curb some of the issues that may be faced by diverted funding through projects which will incentivize private sector institutions to offer more scholarships and so on to tertiary students. So the proposition is well aware that one of the running questions of this debate must be, why tertiary education? Well, my first substantive addresses this by saying that tertiary education is the area of the budget which can greatest withstand this diversion of funds. In assessing the 2023-2024 fiscal year budget, it was ascertained that the second most highly funded ministry is that of Education, Youth, and Information, at a whopping $148.33 billion. Jamaica's education spending is over 6% of its gross domestic product, higher than most of its regional peers. Government allocates a huge sum of funds towards subventions and financial assistance in tertiary education. We by no means argue that this funding is not well-deserved. However, we argue that there are foreseeable benefits of diverting these funds from tertiary education. They're greater than the perceived loss. To ease the burden of diverting the funds that were mentioned, the government will seek to fortify the support system which exists in the private sector sponsorship of tertiary students. Businesses in their various sectors should be encouraged to offer more mutually beneficial scholarships, like those which may bind a recipient for a few years or offer them an internship, which will greater enrich the workspace of that private sector institution. This can be encouraged by incentivizing of the private sector with the tax holidays and other privileges for meeting quotas of scholarships distributed. My second substantive is that an investment in public infrastructure is a more certain and secure investment in the eyes of the proposition. We say this because infrastructure is regarded as capital expenditure, while the contribution to tertiary education can often be regarded as recurrent expenditure. The difference is that capital expenditure creates new assets, which are more permanent and are expected to provide long-term benefits, such as, which was mentioned by my first speaker, economic development, greater productivity, and simply widespread satisfaction of the populace. Tertiary education, while pivotal for economic growth, is an investment which does not always reap permanent return for the country. According to the Caribbean Policy Research Institute, despite accepted,
Isn't economic development, does it include tertiary education funding?
economic development is improved
by more turnover of tertiary students into the economy. But what we are also saying is infrastructure is an equal investment, and even more so than tertiary education in a lot of cases, because the infrastructural development impacts the country as a whole. Persons who are not pursuing tertiary education and also those who are pursuing tertiary education, because it allows for individuals and businesses to be subsidized on a regular basis for the damages that they would have been experiencing from poor infrastructure in the first place. So as I was saying, according to the Caribbean Policy Research Institute, despite the tremendous graduate turnover from higher education, it is quite unfortunate that the benefits derived are next to naught. There is a chronic problem of brain drain in the Caribbean. It is revealed that 4/5 of Jamaica's university graduates leave the country to live and work in Canada, United States, or to a lesser degree, Britain, corroborating Jamaica's status as having the second highest incident of brain drain in the world, Hawthorne 2013. The occurrence of brain drain also serves as another factor which points to the urgency of infrastructural development. While pay and working conditions are usually cited as the greatest reason for this exodus, poor health care, uncomfortable working and living conditions can also be included in this list, says Dr. Andre Hawthorne. In our expanded definition of infrastructure, we noted that it does not only mean roads, public transport, and telecommunications, but also healthcare equipment. The Pan American Health Organization comments that Jamaican health centers face multiple challenges, such as inadequate infrastructure and outdated information systems, and have led to reduced quality of care, especially for those with chronic conditions. It is no secret that Jamaica suffers medical infrastructural challenges, which we are seeing in the news on a regular basis. We can cite two instances which have underscored the need for specialized burn units in the island. The first being the death of a young Carrie-Ann Collins from third-degree burns just 2 years ago. Furthermore, this year there has been a 14-year-old which has had to be transferred to the Atlanta, Georgia facility for life-saving treatment because of this lack of burn units. Issues like these influence the educated and capable persons to emigrate. As for those who remain, they suffer from the lack of advanced infrastructure in the country. This poor infrastructural framework precludes the development of a healthy and happy Jamaica. Thank you.
We thank the second proposition speaker for their substantive and invite the second opposition speaker to extend the debate on their side.
Judges, my most learned opponents, team members, members of the audience, good morning. My first speaker would have already shown you the benefits of having synergies between funding tertiary education and infrastructure development. He has also highlighted that diverting funding from tertiary education to infrastructure development is short-sighted and will stifle the development of our human resource. As second speaker, I will now explore how diverting public funding from tertiary education to improving infrastructure development will affect the social mobility and income equality of citizens, and secondly, how this approach will stifle our economic progress. Recently, the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development conducted a study examining the relationship between education and social mobility in various countries. The study found that countries with higher educational attainment levels tend to have greater social mobility. The study highlighted that individuals with higher levels of education are more likely to experience upward mobility, while those with lower levels of education are more susceptible to downward mobility. I highlight this study to say, ladies and gentlemen, that tertiary education provides access to knowledge, skills, and resources that individuals need to pursue their aspirations regardless of their socio-economic backgrounds. It creates a level playing field, allowing talented individuals from disadvantaged backgrounds to compete on merit rather than being limited by their circumstances. Tertiary education has proven to break the cycle of poverty by equipping individuals with knowledge and skills that can lead to better employment opportunities and higher incomes. Affluent individuals who can afford private education or full tuition fees will still have access to high-quality education, leading to a widening gap between the rich and the poor. This can lead to a rigid class structure where opportunities are largely determined by one's family background rather than merit or talent, as with less funding allocated to tertiary education. The cost of education may rise, making it less affordable for disadvantaged individuals to access higher learning opportunities. As it stands now, Mr. Speaker, to acquire a teacher's degree at the University of the West Indies is $325,383. This is with that fee being subsidized by the government by 80%. So the government would pay $1,301,532. So without the government subsidy, an individual would pay $1,626,915. Can you imagine a young girl or boy from Tivoli or Majesty Garden or Flanker in Montego Bay who, because of his or her ambitions, hard work, and determination, did well in his or her C-sex subjects and who entertained the prospect of gaining a teacher's degree so he or she can stand a fighting chance to climb from the ghetto and from the quagmire of poverty. And even if he goes through student loans or any other entity, he would spend half, if not all, his life working to repay that loan because a 3 years teacher's degree will cost them $4,880,745. A young girl or boy from Cherry Gardens or up Jacks or Beverly Hills, parents may be able to afford this with ease. And please, my opponents, do not think for a second that I am promoting discrimination or social distinction. No. I accept.
You mentioned that currently it costs way too much to achieve education, but we have outlined that through reducing the cost of living, through improvement in our infrastructure, they will be able to better allocate these funds towards education. So why is it that proper infrastructure is not the way to go instead of education?
So you're basically saying that you will lower down the cost of infrastructure to help tertiary education? Aren't you going against the motion? Okay, then, I'll continue. But I am just highlighting the reality of our society and the deep inequality and lack of access for social upward mobility that diverting funding from tertiary education for social upward mobility, that diverting funding from tertiary education to infrastructure development will foster. Individuals from lower income backgrounds may find it harder to acquire the skills and qualifications needed for higher paying jobs as they may be unable to afford it. This may even drive them to a life of criminality. My opponents may think diverting funding from tertiary education to infrastructure development will lead to an economic boom in our country. As our citizens will have jobs and economic opportunities, this is short-sighted. It is investments in tertiary education that will yield long-term returns. While infrastructure projects may offer immediate economic benefits, the investment in tertiary education compounds over time as well-educated populace continuously contributes to the nation's economic growth. Tertiary education stimulates entrepreneurship and job creation. Graduates equipped with knowledge and skills are more likely to become entrepreneurs, creating startups and businesses that address local needs and generate employment opportunities. The growth of these ventures leads to increased economic activity, expanded markets, and more diverse economy. Take, for example, Tyrone Wilson, owner and founder of I Create Jamaica. After growing up in the ghetto, he attended the University of the West Indies, which allowed him to benefit from subsidized fees, which is made available through public education funding. He started his business after graduating from UWI, and currently Tyrone employs hundreds of Jamaicans through his digital business, which is now expanding throughout the Caribbean. His business is doing well, which has received praises even from the Prime Minister, Andrew Holness. This is the effect of tertiary education, my opponents. It equips graduates to become problem solvers, business owners that contribute effectively to the development of our economy. In opening his budget debate on...
All right.
Thank you.
We thank the second opposition speaker. And now at this time, invite the third proposition speaker to present the final substantive case on side proposition.
Testing. Oh. Okay. Sorry. Okay. All protocols observed, a pleasant morning. I stand here as the third speaker for the government to strengthen our support for the before outlined motion. But before I get into my substantives, allow me to address the points put forward by the opposition. The second speaker for the opposition just highlighted that tertiary education could be the key for Jamaican citizens to escape the cycle of poverty that they currently live in. And while that is true, that is only the key for those who even want to pursue tertiary education. We believe that a better way to escape the cycle of poverty for more Jamaicans is to lower the cost of living across all boards for all Jamaicans by improving the infrastructure, which will lessen their expenses, which leaves them with more disposable income. And also, to speak to their point about criminality and therefore higher education will reduce crime. Once again, that is true, but we believe that it's even better by directly helping Jamaicans to access their basic needs by improving public infrastructure, that they will steer away from criminality as they no longer need to go after these funds as their basic needs are supplied through transportation, housing, and healthcare. Mr. Speaker, we on this side believe that it's necessary to divert funding from tertiary education towards improving our infrastructure. Time has demonstrated that despite great investment in tertiary education, the country has not seen the great returns promised. Meanwhile, our public infrastructure has been left to deteriorate, causing frustration, higher cost of living, and lower productivity and efficiency. With an improved public infrastructure, the government can begin collecting greater revenue from these structures, providing greater leverage for budget expenditure. As it currently stands, the return on investments made by the government in tertiary education are very minimal. Firstly, in the grand scheme of things, only a small percentage of citizens decide to pursue tertiary education, but more importantly, those who have pursued a tertiary education through the use of student loans either struggle to pay off their debt or leave the debt unfinanced. As previously stated, only 19% of Jamaicans between ages 19 to 24, the prime age for pursuing tertiary education, are enrolled in tertiary institution, which in itself is already a limiting factor as to what returns will be reaped from the large expenditure of public funds into tertiary education. Those who do decide to undertake tertiary education without being able to cover all the finances out of pocket or buy a scholarship, then turn to the Student Loan Bureau to finance their studies. Public funds are being invested into tertiary education by the Student Loan Bureau and other programs such as JAMVAT. However, the debt rate is high because some citizens are not repaying their loans, which might be due to many factors. But the point remains, there is little to no returns on the investment. In 2021, the Student Loan Bureau indicated to Jamaica Observer that it had over $11 billion in bad debt at the end of the financial year. And this has been a recurrent cycle, as the Bureau also notes bad debt of over $11 billion in 2020 and 2019. These bad debts come as a result of some borrowers not repaying their student loans. Because of the onerous burden of repaying student loans,
many citizens seek to migrate after completing their tertiary studies. Of course, this is due to a myriad of reasons, but one of them being that they're fed up with the poor and depressing state of affairs as it concerns our infrastructure. Over 85% of Jamaican tertiary graduates migrate, again due to few factors, however, but Dr. Horton attributes to poor infrastructure such as healthcare and working and living conditions as one of the most impactful factors. How then are we benefiting from this human capital? Yet the government is burdened with the continual support of this program. Developing our nation's infrastructure creates an avenue for greater profit to be earned from these utilities, which can then be used to improve budget expenditure. Enhancing our infrastructure would bode well in the stimulating industries like transport and telecommunications that already positively contribute to our economy. Mr. Speaker, the transport and storage industry currently contributes 4.8% of the country's GDP, according to the Planning Institute of Jamaica in the 22 edition of the National Review, and telecommunication firms earned $29 billion in revenue in the first quarter, improving our infrastructure in the first quarter of 2022. Therefore, improving our infrastructure is the key to expanding these earning capabilities of these industries. Allocating more public funding towards these projects aimed at improving infrastructure would, in the long run, benefit the government, as improvement in infrastructure would boost economic activity and provide greater revenue. For these and previously outlined reasons, we remain resolute in the fact that it is important for us to divert public funding towards infrastructure. The proposition rests.
And we now invite the third opposition speaker to close out the substantive part of the debate for side OCHO RIOS.
Honorable judges, opponents, and audience, a pleasant morning to you all. My first speaker has shown you that instead of diverting public funds from tertiary education to infrastructural development, we need to explore a balanced investment model. He also provided compelling evidence and clear reasoning that diverting funding from tertiary education to infrastructure development is short-sighted and will stifle the development of our human capital, which will have a detrimental effect on the development of Jamaica, land we love. My second speaker championed the cause of the poor, who will be the ones mostly affected by this proposal. She also showed you that this proposal will stifle our economic development. So we contend that a balance must be struck between infrastructural development and tertiary education, as both are essential to our country's development. In order to have a greater inclusiveness and to ensure that public taxpayers' money are adequately utilized, I will now make 3 recommendations. Number 1.
Point of information.
I accept.
You mentioned that Jamaica's poor are the ones who are suffering the most. So I mentioned medical infrastructure. What about those who can't afford to go outside the country to get extra treatment? What about the fact that Jamaica lacks burn units and other specialized units which allow them?
Repeat the first part that you said. Number 1, we need to pursue a public-private partnership for both infrastructural development and tertiary education. Public-private pull together funds from both the government and private sector, allowing for larger budgets and more significant investments. This infusion of capital can lead to the establishment of modern educational facilities and the development of robust infrastructure that meets the needs of the population. This approach, my opponents, will benefit the private sector as they will have proper telecommunication, roads, transportation, and other infrastructure, as workers will have easy access to and from work. Greater communication with the working environment, which will result in greater productivity and output within the private sector. This will also have a more qualified, skilled, educated, and competent pool of workers that they can choose from. This will enhance their productivity, which will improve their income, which in turn will make their business more prosperous. The country will further benefit as tertiary education encourages graduates to become self-starters, initiating businesses, projects, and ventures that contribute to economic growth and job creation. Higher education nurtures a sense of social responsibility and community engagement. Another recommendation is for a greater accountability measure to guarantee quality services and value for money in infrastructure development. This will ensure that both private sector and government receive value of money as it will avoid things like cost overrun and will receive better quality service. This will enable infrastructure development to last for a greater period of time. This will avoid situations like the current debacle in the development of the Southern Coastal Highway Improvement Project over in St. Thomas, or the disaster and wanton waste of scarce resources in the development of the 3 Miles roadway in late 2021, where over 125 billion Jamaican dollars almost went to waste because of poor planning and study, as the new work was extensively destroyed by heavy rains. Thirdly, to retain our university-trained graduates, we propose the creation of a supportive environment for career development by offering internships, mentorship programs, and job placement services. Fostering strong connections between academics and industries can lead to better job opportunities for graduates within Jamaica, and maybe a separate ministerial portfolio should be established. We also need to offer competitive salaries and benefits in job markets, such as tax breaks, student loan forgiveness, opportunities for affordable homes to encourage graduates to stay and work in Jamaica. This approach will certainly make Jamaica the place of choice to live, work, do business, and raise family. I thank you.
The third opposition speaker. This time we're going to take a 1-minute break to allow the finishing touches to be placed on the reply speeches. Invite the opposition to present their reply. We now invite the opposition reply speaker to close out the debate for side OCHO RIOS. Hear, hear.
Honorable judges, learned opponents, ladies and gentlemen, we have both given our points, but the points given by the proposition was not enough to combat the points that was given by we, the opposition. Firstly, I would like to attack the point that you guys made about brain drain and people who migrate. But people who migrate also send back money to Jamaica to improve infrastructure, oftentimes more than that which they could have afforded if they were still here. You guys would have also mentioned that tertiary education has put Jamaica in financial debt, but it would not be wise to divert money from tertiary education. Why divert public funding from an area that provides the country with one of our greatest assets, our human resources, some of whom are doctors, lawyers, etc. There is no point in having beautiful roads and great infrastructure at the expense of tertiary education, which in the first place puts a lot of persons in the position to pay taxes and contribute to public funding. Allocating funds to improving infrastructure is no doubt a good thing, but not at the expense of tertiary education. Why not spend more time selecting materials used to build and repair infrastructure so that they may last longer and there could be no need to continuously invest in this area? Logically speaking, this would act as a setback to the country every time taking a step forward and having to take a step back financially. Look at it this way. If we select materials that are strong enough to last longer, and for example, the roads, we wouldn't have to be continuously repairing, because they will last longer, sustainable development. And so that we could now focus on other things such as tertiary education. Providing tertiary education would be very important, as a lot of persons who graduate from tertiary institutions go ahead and receive jobs that they know would be in a position to better contribute to the country's financial development. I thank you.
We now invite the reply speaker from side proposition to close out this debate.
All protocols observed. Good morning. I return again to address the major points posited by the opposition in this debate, and just to highlight why our strategic policy is necessary at this time. Let me start off with the point made by the second speaker of the opposition about people in the ghetto needing the social mobility that is provided by tertiary education. The whole concept of the ghetto exists because of poor public infrastructure. So you see people who are in the ghetto and are struggling to live have to fight for scarce resources because of the lack of government intervention in these areas. And that needs to be corrected immediately. Merely increasing allocation made to funding tertiary education will not solve the problems of these ghettos existing, and so we need to put more focus on that. Next, a point was made about the overruns of infrastructure. That does not negate the point that we need to increase our investment in infrastructure. In fact, we would argue that because of the lack of investment in infrastructure, we face the issue of overruns, project overruns, because in the first place, we are not doing what needs to be done, and what I mean is like the investment that needs to be done firsthand. So she made a point about the 3 Mile project, which faced major overruns because there was a lack of drainage. What's the point? There was not enough drainage, and therefore we need to invest more in these important structures and facilities and infrastructure to prevent cost overruns in the future. Next, we made the point as well of the benefits of increased infrastructure, productivity, efficiency, and also we made the point that workers will be more satisfied with better infrastructure. We'd also made the point that with this policy, there is an adjoining policy for incentivizing the private sector to take up a lot more responsibility as it concerns providing opportunities for persons who cannot afford tertiary education. So the point that was made, so we rubbish the generalization that was made that with implementing this policy, persons would not be able to attend university, because that's not true. We would have said that the private sector would take up a lot more of this. The government would encourage private sector to take up a lot more of this investment by implementing more scholarships with tax breaks and other tax grants that would be given by the government. And also, in the long term, I stated this, I stated in my first speech that it was a 10-year policy, and that was not without reason. Because in the next 10 years, this policy would allow more Jamaicans to access tertiary education in the long term, because they would have more disposable income. And I would have stated at the end of my speech, with this policy, which is tangible, direct investments in the people of Jamaica, these citizens will be able to fund home improvement projects, expansion, fund additional educational studies, including tertiary degrees, start a business, take vacations, plan for retirement, which is directly overall improving the quality of life for Jamaicans. And that is what is given by having a strong and stable public infrastructure which benefits not just persons attending university, but everyone in our society who has to pay the taxes to fund these projects in the first place. Thank you.
I want to thank both teams for a debate that is truly worthy of a quarterfinals round. At this time, the judges will excuse themselves to go and deliberate and return to you with our decision. Welcome back. The judges deliberated extensively, as you can imagine, and we have returned with our verdict. But before I tell you who won the debate, let me explain what happened in the debate. So the judges identified two major clashes stemming out of the debate. Of course, there were other arguments, strong arguments, weak arguments, valid arguments that came out. But who won this debate was decided to a large extent by who won these two clashes. The two clashes we identified was one, which policy provides the greatest return on investment, and two, which policy ensures that government does what it's mandated to do, which is provide the greatest good for the people. So the first one, return on investment on economics. We heard from Side WOLMER'S that currently tertiary education simply isn't the best investment for Jamaica right now. And we heard a myriad of reasons why that is. We heard about the fact that Student Loan Bureau has reported $11 billion worth of bad debt on their books. We heard from them that we have a significant brain drain problem. So when we educate these individuals through free tertiary education, then they leave and they go abroad. We heard as well that we can have greater return on investments by diverting funds to infrastructure and improving our telecommunications, improving our transportation. We heard as well that when we improve infrastructure, people have to spend less money on car repairs and that kind of things. And that was the crux of their argument in terms of why it's the best return on investment to fund infrastructure. We heard instead from side OCHO RIOS that the best return on investment comes objectively from empowering the nation's most important resource, our human resources. They gave us the example of Tyrone, who came from the inner city, went to tertiary education, received an education, and came out and became an entrepreneur and employed hundreds, or at least 100 plus individuals. And the principle behind that argument is that when we invest in our human resources, they come out and they provide for our economy in a way that the government simply cannot do from a centralized perspective. Now, when we weighed the two arguments, we thought that the greater return on investment comes from side WOLMER'S in terms of infrastructure. And I'll explain why. The argument of brain drain is one that significantly undermines the amount of return on investment that we got. In as much as WOLMER'S said, listen, when we educate these people, they're leaving, it was now an opposition to come, certainly earlier than they did, and explain to us why brain drain isn't such a serious problem. We did hear that coming out from the, I think it was the first or third speaker, I can't tell based on how the individuals are speaking, but the gentleman, he said that, listen, brain drain isn't such a big deal because people send back money to Jamaica, right? So even if we educate them and they leave, remuneration still makes up some sort of capital, some sort of helping for the government. But we thought that came out too late in the debate, in as much as it was one of the primary arguments raised by WOLMER'S, and we thought that because it came out so late in the debate, you didn't have time to properly flesh it out to ensure that the argument of brain drain would not have been the one to lose it at debate. So we gave it to the side WOLMER'S. I will say though, WOLMER'S, you have to ensure that the mechanism in which you are going to base your argument on is fully fleshed out. The argument that when we fix the roads, then people will have to spend less on repairs, and so therefore we put money back in people's pockets. That wasn't the firmest foundation to build the argument of investing in infrastructure gives back more return on investment. Talk about more succinctly, more developed countries and how their improvement on infrastructure directly related to the improvements of their economy. We heard that trains can transport goods. Why is that good, right? What benefit comes out more structurally from ensuring that we have that economics, that the return on investment of the infrastructure? And a lot of your case was built upon that. But in as much as OCHO RIOS did not question how effective that return on investment is, your argument would have stand. But that was a dangerous misstep for you to take in this debate. On the question of the greater good for the most people, We heard that objectively, education is what provides growth. We heard this from OCHO RIOS. OCHO RIOS told us that when we stop funding public education, individuals from the inner city simply will not have the capacity to go out and educate themselves. And that has the opportunity or the devastating outcome of increasing the wage gap, of increasing the Gini coefficient. They didn't say, but that was the crux of their argument, which is the inequality of wealth distribution in Jamaica, when these individuals do not have access to that kind of tertiary education. WOLMER'S came and said that, listen, you are pandering to a subset of the individuals within the inner city who have the interest in pursuing that kind of education. And the greater good comes out when we ensure that our infrastructure is built out so that even those who do not have the interest or capacity to pursue tertiary education can still benefit. And we thought that was a good argument coming out from the side, WOLMER'S. We thought that by saying the greater good comes from objectively fixing roads which are used by everyone, the access to healthcare, which was a big argument that came out, access to healthcare which will be utilized by everyone, then that provides a greater good for the majority of people as opposed for the subset of people who will benefit from the funding of tertiary education. We also hear some counter proposals as well as to the overruns that happen when we divert funds to infrastructure, coming from side OCHO RIOS. Side OCHO RIOS said, listen, the government has a history of not being very good with their infrastructure. Right? We're not being very good with our projects. They brought up the 3-mile roadway, which was a significant, ridiculous figure overrun. But Side WOLMER'S came and defended that and said, yes, that's exactly the problem we're trying to fix because we have foundational, fundamental issues with our infrastructure is why we need to divert the funding to ensure that these things don't happen. And we thought that was a good argument. So at the end of the debate, the judges would have concluded that the winners of this debate were WOLMER'S High. WOLMER'S Boys School. I keep butchering, please forgive me. WOLMER'S Boys School. The winner of the fan favorite competition actually went to OCHO RIOS High School. And when we did the assessment, we saw a 4-point difference between the teams. So congratulations, OCHO RIOS. Excellent job. The best speaker of this debate would have gone to the second speaker from WOLMER'S. So please, congratulations. With excellent commendations as well from the second speaker from OCHO RIOS. Ladies and gentlemen, with that we conclude this, the first match of the quarterfinals of the #Afuri Republic Secondary Schools debate. Stay tuned. Subsequent matches are upcoming for your viewing pleasure. Thank you. Teams, you can cross and shake hands.
Welcome to the second edition of matches in the quarter-final rounds. Yes, we would have seen where in the round one of this Afro Republic zonal debate competitions where 28 schools debated in 56 matches, and now we are down to the quarter-final rounds. In this quarter-final round, we have in proposition, we have the school from Knox College, and in opposition, we have Mayday High School, and they will be debating the motion. This House would use public voting to determine the distribution of the government's capital expenditure. Quite an exciting motion. And before we hand over to the teams, we just want to remind the House of the rules. So the first speakers on either side of the House will be speaking for a total of 8 minutes. The second speakers for 7 minutes, and the third speakers for 5 minutes, after which we will pause for a minute, and then we will see the reply speeches first from opposition speaking for a total of 3 minutes, and then after which we'll be having the reply speaker on the proposition side. Points of information are encouraged, yes, and we look for an exciting and scintillating match in this quarterfinals round. And so without further ado, I hand over to the first opposition speaker to open the House. Hear, hear.
Honourable House, Miss Rhoda Moy Crawford, Member of Parliament for Manchester Central. She went up to Bombay, met with her people and asked them what they needed. She got multiple answers, of course. Who no want road, want water, who no want water, want accessibility to main areas. After deliberations with her team, she found that water was the most important to the community. So she got black tanks and had them strategically placed as reservoirs so they could be easily accessed, gaining the trust and confidence of her people. Mr. Speaker, we need more roaders. Mandeville and Royal Flat are basking in the fruit of Rhoda Crawford's efforts. Mandeville saw a complete facelift, Mr. Speaker. The people asked for a redirection of traffic, and their request was granted. This type of act is inexpensive, caters to the needs of the people, and creates accountability and transparency on the part of MPs. It is clear, Mr. Speaker, that public voting, and good governance go hand in hand. Mr. Speaker, Honourable House, viewing audience, teammates, and opponents, I greet you. I am Danielle White, the first speaker of side proposition of the motion. This House would use public voting to determine the distribution of the government's capital expenditure. And as first speaker, I am privileged and duty-bound to affirm our stance in proposition of this motion, which I will do by presenting the status quo and the policy we wish to apply to change it. Our second speaker, Danielle Wright, will highlight some of the crucial benefits our country will reap by implementing public voting. Our third speaker, Dejane Fagan, will compare the current status quo to that which will exist once we implement this policy. Finally, our rebuttalist, Daniela Wright, will ratify our stance in proposition to the motion and wipe out any doubt spawned by the opposition. Permit me to define a few key terms, Mr. Speaker. Firstly, capital expenditure. This refers to the money spent by the government on the development of equipment, building, health facilities, education, etc., according to businessstandard.com. Public voting refers to allowing the people in a particular community to indicate their choice officially at a meeting or in an election, according to the Collins Dictionary. To determine means to decide something or to come to a conclusion about the particular way something should occur. Distribution, Mr. Speaker, refers to how something is shared out among a group or spread over an area. The motion now reads, this House would allow the people in a community to indicate their official choice at a meeting to decide how the money spent by the government on development of equipment, building, health facilities, education, etc. is shared out among the community. As it is, Mr. Speaker, Jamaicans do not trust our government. In 2014, a survey published by the National Integrity Action showed that the average person believes that 70% of Jamaica's elected officials are corrupt and 50% of government employees are corrupt. You may wonder why my opponent. I will tell you. In March 2022, Minister Clark outlined the 2022-23 budget, allocating 65.06 billion Jamaican dollars to capital expenditure. Mr. Speaker, may I ask, where has this money gone? Our youth are impoverished. Our unemployment rates are critical. Children and adolescents have a poverty rate higher than that of the national average. The same year showed persistently and extremely high levels of homicide, Mr. Speaker. In June 2022, majority of the attempted suicides reported to public hospitals were among those aged 10 to 19, and 73% of these were female. Angels and Joe Blaine in Spanish Town have been lamenting for their roads to be repaired. We, Mr. Speaker, in the cool hills of Clarendon, we KNOX College and our neighbors bleed for a steady water source. Mr. Speaker, what is the purpose of the government if not to serve its people? Jamaicans are suffering. Meanwhile, the government smiles, cuts ribbons, and breaks ground in our tourism sector. The Jamaican people only know our politicians as crooks. We are therefore proposing, Mr. Speaker, that a public voting system be implemented to help the government serve the country and earn the public's trust. In this system, the councillors of the respective divisions will meet with the residents via online media and face-to-face and create a list of the people's issues. The councillors will then refine this list and present it to the respective MPs, who will deliberate with the public and document possible solutions to each. This refined information will then be presented to the public in the form of polls using both online media and face-to-face meetings. These public voters, my opponents, will be those who have been declared eligible to vote in the electorate. They will be people of varying socioeconomic backgrounds to ensure that the decision made is accurately calculated and reflects the diversity of the entire community. The government will also develop a comprehensive education campaign, to ensure that citizens are well informed before making their decisions. This will allow the government to cater directly to the needs of the constituents, which will resolve the common notion that the Jamaican government is doing nothing for its people. The opposition will say it is not feasible to put every decision to a vote due to time constraints, but I put it to you, Honorable House, that an elected government is built on trust. Therefore, we must be Therefore, there must be certain decisions that we trust them to make on our behalf. For example, on page 18 of the 2023 to 24 budget, you will see that certain projects have already been decided on. We need not put these to a vote, Mr. Speaker. The opposition would say that we do not have the time to vote on every issue in our society. And before you give in to hysterics, my opponents, the proposition understands this and are therefore suggesting the implementation of public voting to address issues that directly influence our communities. For example, rural economic development, education transformation. These are two crucial sectors which need the public vote to make decisions. The government can follow in Ms. Rhoda Crawford's footsteps, Mr. Speaker. Furthermore, we have elected members of parliament who should take our issues to meetings. However, we are all cognizant of the fact that most of the time community issues are aired, nothing is done, which is advertised in the poor state of our communities. Thus, it is prudent, Mr. Speaker, to advocate on the people's behalf for public voting on issues that have to do with our communities. The opposition would also argue that we do not have the funds to support public voting or educational campaigns. But, Mr. Speaker, this is simply not true. Recently, Tourism Minister Edmund Bartlett well posed up for picture at the unveiling of the $12 million Negril sign. We have the money, Mr. Speaker. I assure you, it will not take $12 million to inform the public about our budget, our legislative and judiciary constraints regarding our finances, Mr. Speaker, and inform them in ways that Miss Agnes, who can't read, will understand. After all, a Fiwi Republic. We need to allow for vote for Fiwi Republic. Thank you.
We thank the first proposition speaker for opening the debate, and now we welcome to the floor the first opposition speaker to advance their case on side opposition. Hear, hear.
The first speaker, you continuously highlight the mistrust that the people have in the government. People do not trust the government, yet still they are the one that appoint the ministries themselves. Team opposition disagrees entirely with the proposition's suggestion as a response to the concerns the Jamaican people have regarding the management of the country's finance and assets. As the first speaker, I must first address some key terms and contexts that are related to the motion presented by the proposition. Public voting. The wider public on a given day or number of days indicating the decision that the government needs to take. Distribution. Sharing up the funds between ministries and sectors of the government to be spent on specific areas or things. Capital expenditure. Money spent by the government on the development of the physical assets of or resources of a country. For example, money set aside to be spent on government properties like building or improving schools, hospital, police station, etc. It also includes acquiring investments that will bring in money to the government. Considering these important definitions, side opposition stance is simply this. We would not support a Jamaica where the general public directly decides how the government distribution funds should be spent on assets. I will agree that the motion is the very opposite of the principle of representational governance, which is how our country operates and intends to operate even after the reform of the Constitution. The second opposition speaker will further my argument and show you why the proposition's case is bad, since it will unnecessarily complicate the administration of government resources. In addition to a summary of our team's case, the third opposition speaker will show why our arguments are superior to the proposition. Let's for a moment consider the real problems in our country with respect to the issue at hand. We are living in Jamaica where there are growing concerns that the way the government spends its money is not benefiting the public. The people of Jamaica are of the opinion that when decisions are being made in the parliament and cabinet, that they are made out of the selfishness and greed and not with the best interest of the common person at heart. It's important to remind the House at this point, though, that we are talking about capital expenditure, which specifically relates to physical resources and assets like land, building, machines, etc. This means that it is very likely that not everyone in the country will experience the direct impact of those kind of expenses. So this is not so much the issue at hand. Of greater concern is that over and over, we see evidence of unnecessary spending by the government. Take, for example, the 12 million Jamaican dollars spent on the Negril sign that many citizens label as cheap, or even the more expensive 15.
You mentioned that the government spends a lot of money unnecessarily. For example, the $12 million Negril sign. This is why we are implementing this public voting system, to address the unnecessary spending of the government.
I will address that further on. Or even the more expensive $15 to $17 million Montego Bay sign. The cry of the public is, couldn't the money be spent differently? The proposition seems to think that these problems will be solved by letting the public
through a voting system, decide how these funds should be shared. This is a very bad solution. Firstly, because the decisions to spend money on government properties and assets is far more complicated than the general public think. Governance, especially when it comes to finances, requires specialist knowledge to plan and execute government spending in a meaningful way. As the finance minister mentioned on an episode of All Angles, the government budgets and accounts do not work in the same way that our personal budget and accounts work. Despite genuine concern, the average citizen does not have the necessary knowledge and information to be able to make informed decisions about complex issues such as distribution of and investment of billions of dollars that will affect the entire nation. Letting people who don't know the rules and laws that govern how this kind of thing must be done in a beneficial and legal way will not solve the problems identified. In fact, it will make the situation even worse by making it more likely that illegal and inappropriate spending will occur. This is an important reason why our country uses representational governance to manage its affairs. We elect individuals we are confident has skills and abilities superior to the average citizens. Trusting them to make those decisions we probably cannot make due to the lack of those skills and knowledge.
Point of information.
Decline. It means then that the proposition is slapping our very democracy in the face. It is an insult to and direct undermining of Jamaican governance to think the government representatives cannot perform the duties that we ourselves elected them to do. If we are to side with the propositions, we might as well stop holding elections and merely appoint a figurehead to ask us what to do on a termly basis.
Point of information.
Decline. My second speaker will talk about this in more details. But the motion will make it harder for the country to make sensible and effective decisions when it matters. In fact, it will exponentially increase the likelihood that deadlines will be missed, unnecessary spending will take place, bad decisions will be made, and the things that require immediate and critical attention from time to time will not get it when it's needed most.
Point of information.
Decline. These are issues that the way our government is set up, including distributing funds across ministries, was designed to prevent from happening. All this being said, we can trust the systems the way it is set up now because there are existing safeguards to allow the public to hold officials accountable for mismanagement of state affairs. So, first speaker, to satisfy your worry, highlighted about what people think of the government, that it is corrupt. One of the main systems in Jamaica made for this exact concern is the Office of the Contractor General, OCG. Its role is to ensure that the government officials follow the proper procedures and the public funds are used efficiently and transparently. The existence of systems such as this make it possible for our leaders to give due consideration to which ministries they are distributing funds to, and then places those ministries under high scrutiny so that they are more likely to spend capital expenditures wisely and legally. The truth then is that our problems are not the result of a faulty system of distribution. The problems lie with the people using the system, including the general public whose responsibility is to demand consequences when our leaders are found wanting. Thank you.
The first opposition speaker for opening the debate on that side of the host, quite an impassioned speech. And now we welcome the second proposition speaker to advance their case and make some rebuttals. Hear, hear.
Panel of adjudicators. Mr. Speaker, Honorable House, good morning. I am Danila Wright, second speaker of the side proposition. Therefore, I must stand in unwavering resolute with the motion. This House would use public voting to determine the distribution of the government's capital expenditure. Moreover, Mr. Speaker, it is within my jurisdiction to further concretize my stance by propounding some potent points to this honorable House. However, before I do so, permit me to clarify a notion. Mr. Speaker, the opposition may ludicrously have you to believe that there is no real value in having the public voting on how our capital expenditure is distributed. However, Mr. Speaker, I deem it fitting to state to this honorable House that capital expenditure is long-term. An asset is acquired or the value of an existing asset is increased. Mr. Speaker, it is concerned with the long-term positive results from an investment. Thus, why not allow the people to exercise their democratic, Mr. Speaker, powers in choosing a project that will lead to long-term benefits? Now, allow me the autonomy, Mr. Speaker, to express my substantives. Firstly, by implementing public voting, we are directly catering to the motivational need of safety and security, which will lead to increased trust in the government. For example, the farming community of Hartown completed a poll for the MP on which they voted for what they believed were most necessary in their various agricultural practices. And these needs were accounted for. And this, Mr. Speaker, led to an increased sense of trust in their government officials. Logically speaking, if you are given the opportunity to voice your needs and such needs are addressed, you will believe, Mr. Speaker, that your interests are secure and your future is safe, therefore leading to a heightened level of trust in the government. And this, in a government, as my first speaker said, so shrouded by corruption, is exactly what we need. Mr. Speaker, I know the opposition may waltz up here so audaciously and speak about how there may be differences in what the people view as needs or clashes in necessities. However, Mr. Speaker, the government will use the cost-benefit mechanism to determine the most prominent need of our people, being that if there are, for example, two main issues arising from polls and our budget caters for both, then they will be catered to. However, where clashes arise, Mr. Speaker, there will be a comparative analysis of what is really needed in the present, and the other need will be satisfied later. May I remind you, opposition, that this is not a rush and go through thing, but a long-term initiative that will bring long-term positive results. Mr. Speaker, public voting taps into the collective intelligence of the community. Mr. Speaker, what the opposition fails to understand is the government, as such a small component of the public, will not have all the ideas. They will not have all the answers. And by engaging community members to actively participate, this will lead to better investment decisions, as it is really the people of our communities who are experiencing such gruesome realities. A prime example, Mr. Speaker, as my first speaker stated, would be Rhoda Moy Crawford. She really must be merited for bringing to her constituents the idea of public voting. And we see the results, where the collective intelligence of the community of Bombay has caused more participation and eagerness to develop the area. And it is not only based upon her work, Mr. Speaker, but that of the community members who have really pushed the budding neighborhood into blossoming. Additionally, Mr. Speaker, by increasing the public's participation in decisions, we are directly forcing community members to be informed about government decisions, and so they can hold such officials accountable. And this, Mr. Speaker, enhances good governance and increases the functionality of the government. This is a partnership, and a partnership means progress. And this partnership, Mr. Speaker, will begin on a micro scale, reaching out to our communities. Then gradually, we will move to a macro scale where our entire republic will be impacted, and impacted positively. Mr. Speaker, the opposition may argue that the government has made allowances in their budget for varying sectors. For instance, Mr. Speaker, on page 18 of the Citizens Guide to the 2023-2024 budget, there is an allowance made to the social sector. And on page 19, agriculture, where the government will be investing into community development, rural economic development, and agriculture. But really, Mr. Speaker, we know many of our officials are yet to grasp what obtains in our communities. For example, farming is diverse. Different crops grow in different communities. The community of Devon may grow yams, whilst the community of Shudley may grow potatoes, both in Manchester, Mr. Speaker, but with different needs for development. And this, Mr. Speaker, would pose an excellent opportunity for public voting, a chance to include the citizens in governance by allowing them to vote on matters such as farming, creating an opportunity to hear the voices of community members, creating trust in the government, and creating, Mr. Speaker, an enhanced democracy. And it is based on this notion of our democracy and our right to remain as such why we even argue today. However, I urge you, Mr. Speaker, to no longer listen to the dystopian defeatist arguments of the opposition, but to join the proposition in promulgating such a democracy, a republic, if you will, Mr. Speaker, and ensuring it remains Fiwe Republic. With this, the proposition momentarily pauses.
We thank the second proposition speaker for an equally impassioned speech. And now we call upon the second opposition speaker to advance their case on side opposition. Hear, hear.
Second speaker, we are not saying that the people's voice does not matter, but ministers were put in place to listen to the people and then act wisely with the knowledge they have. This is their job. Good morning to my competitors, esteemed team members, honorable judges, and members of the audience. Side opposition takes the issues with the resolution as the proposition stands is an undue disruption of the organized system of governance of the entire country in favor of an approach that could lead to a lot of chaos and uncertainty. We're convinced of that because we believe it is unnecessary complication of the government's role and ability to manage public resources. In the status quo, the distributions of resources to purchase properties, machines, technologies, and in some cases, make investments decision is handled by, as our first speaker explained, people who have special knowledge in the area of finance and government policies. Their team deals with the complicated materials and information and then present a proposal to distribute the funds of those proposed across the government ministries like education, road and works, health, etc. These propositions are presented in Parliament as a part of an overall budget. In other words, things need to be purchased to make different government ministries function more effectively. Take, for example, the fact that many government officers are actually operating out of rented space. It may become unnecessary one day to purchase land and build a structure so that those officers can move out of the rented space. Or consider the fact that the government spent a lot of money purchasing motorbikes for the police force, as well as garbage truck for the NSWMA. These are the kinds of expenses we are talking about. For decisions like this to take place, the need has to be identified and then approved, given the distribute to funds of the ministers to do them. Recall that almost every time something involved the presentation of a budget is done in Parliament, there is much disagreement about whether or not the government should actually spend money in the way it proposed. But the proposition would want to further complicate this process by extending the input and debate about 1 million people who are potentially allowed to cast a vote and how the government functions. If 63 people in Parliament can so aggressively disagree with the distribution of funds, imagine the chaos when we extend the vote to hundreds of thousands to a million others. Think about the fact that we are talking about the decisions regarding who should get certain amounts of money to conduct government business with the view of improving functions. There are currently 16 government ministries, each with important roles and needs. But because of limited funds and wise financially planning, not everyone can get everything they need every time, at this time, or even the amount they need to pull it off anytime soon in some cases. This is one reason why disagreements about allocations exist. Members of the opposition will argue that we need to spend less on agriculture and more on security because crime is high. But the Agriculture Ministry will argue that we need a lot more resources to invest in machinery and technologies so that the local products can compete with overseas competitors in local markets. At the same time, some will say we need to put more money in education, to build more schools and provide Wi-Fi and computer labs. The point is that there is always a high demand for funds to purchase equipment and assets so that the government can work well. But who gets what often comes down to two things: if functions are available and which goals are seen as priority. This is hard enough to do when 63 people need to agree and vote. And even when they do, the people of Jamaica, who the proposition wants us to give this responsibility, have even more different views and expectations of the government. The publics want the government to fix crime, for example, yet many attack the government for purchasing, not accepted at this point, yet many attack the government for purchasing new police bikes and want the funds to be spent in different areas. There are more people are directly involved in processes like these. The harder it is to execute them properly. The teachers want to prioritize education and vote based on that bias. Nurses and doctors will vote based on their bias. Police and soldiers will vote based on their bias. Farmers and business owners will vote based on their bias, and this critical function of government will be overcomplicated and ultimately lead to decisions being made by which group of people outnumbered who. Instead of weighing the needs of the country as a whole, not to mention what happens when the proposal is repeatedly not passed because the public hasn't come to an agreement. For how long will this back and forth occur before the government will be authorized to do what is needs to do for the benefit of the nation? Or for how long will a single ministry be underfunded and others unnecessarily overfunded simply because there are more supporters for one sector as opposed to another? I highly doubt even the proposition would want a Jamaica that works that way. To avoid this is why representational governance is the model of choice, where the decision that the public takes is to whom they should entrust these responsibilities to. The status quo compared to the motion guarantees effectiveness, efficiency, speed, and thoughtfulness. All we need to do is to get serious about who we elect to the office. Calling for removal of officers who would mismanage funds, acting on the recommendation of the Contractor General, and giving more teeth to the public administration and appropriation community. We don't need revenant the wheel. We simply need to oil it and turn it. I thank you.
We thank the second opposition speaker for advancing the case on side opposition. And now we welcome to the floor the third proposition speaker for presenting and advancing their case on side proposition. Hear, hear.
Honorable panel, opposition, audience, a pleasant morning. I am Dejani Fagan, the third proposition speaker. As such, I must re-emphasize our endorsement of the motion. This House would use public voting to determine the distribution of the government's capital expenditure for some rather salient reasons. Honorable House, The opposition has argued that public voting carries the burden of irrational decision-making, with which we do agree. However, the proposition leader in policy has created a structured and informed approach, ensuring that decisions are made based on rational assessment and long-term considerations rather than short-term or populist agendas. Additionally, she has stated that we will spread awareness to the public whilst guiding them to make informed decisions. Furthermore, the deputy proposition leader has explored the benefits of public voting, and I will make a comparison between the current status quo and that which public voting will create. Though we love to believe that we're on the pinnacle of development, the reality is that our society still stenches of poverty. Opposition. Maybe it's because kerosene lamps are not your only source of light, and you don't have to climb up into trees to get phone signal. Or maybe it's because you didn't almost drown like 14-year-old Amar Webby while swimming home through the Troy River because the Troy Bridge capsized in 2021 and has not been erected to date. Why you have assumed omniscience, pretending as though you know the needs of our constituents better than them. It is no secret that the government is being sworded left, right, and center on social media for lack of roads, water, electricity, housing, jobs, food security, and crime plans. Opposition. Your system listens to people. Where? Why then do these issues continue to reappear? Honorable House, we are not proposing an idea, as public voting has been tested and proven to work in Switzerland, Brazil, New Zealand, and Indonesia. Let us zoom in on Switzerland. According to swissinfo.ch, Swiss citizens have a high level of participation and are more involved in political decision-making than any other people on earth. In Switzerland, voter turnout in parliamentary elections saw a continuous decline. The government clarified this, Honorable House, by assuming a more citizen-inclusive style of governance. And just look at Switzerland today. More than half of all national votes ever held around the world have been made in Switzerland. Now, Switzerland stands as the world's 20th largest economy. Let us now compare this to Jamaica. CVM-TV posits that voter participation for the 2020 general elections was 37% lower than 2016, with 47.7%. Now, if the people trust the government, why have they refused to vote opposition? It all comes back to public voting, Mr. Speaker. If, like the Swiss, our governance employ a more citizen-inclusive model, we'll bask in benefits such as number 1, increased transparency, enabling good governance to be maintained. According to ICMA.org, when the government makes the people an integral part of their decision-making processes, they're able to understand community needs better and therefore cater to them, motivating them to build Jamaica in return. Number 2, economic growth and development. Improvements in education, healthcare, and infrastructure, coupled with reductions in crime, enable citizens to realize their full potential whilst attracting tourists to our shores, thereby increasing our foreign exchange reserves and investments, ultimately increasing our gross domestic product, national income, standard of living, and quality of life. Only fools, Mr. Speaker, repeat the same things over and over, expecting to obtain different results. Honorable House, we have been employing a government-based decision-making system from ever since we had sense. And just look at Jamaica. Clearly, the current system isn't pragmatic, neither is it working. Our stance and policy is a win-win situation for both the government and people. Therefore, in employing it, Vision 2030 will become an attainable goal rather than a distant possibility. Honorable House, I implore you to picture the value public voting will bring to Fiwi Republic. Thank you.
We thank the third proposition speaker for closing out the debate on side proposition. And now we welcome to the floor the third opposition speaker for closing out the debate on side opposition. Hear, hear.
Those people are the 66 people who were chosen to be, those people are the 66 people who were chosen to be voted, sit in the parliament, and if still not doing their jobs, the people have the power to hold them accountable. Our burden today is to show why this House will not support the general public Our burden today is to show why this House will not support the general public directly deciding how government money is distributed for the purchase assets. The first speaker highlights how important it is for us to note that the proposition's burden is to identify the flaws with the current ways of sharing monies among government ministers and sectors to be spent on building Jamaican physical assets or resources, such as school, hospitals, fixing marketplace, etc. Our team so far has shown how it is crazy to think that having the general public vote on this matter will solve the issues of wise and appropriate spending by the government minister. We've described the consequences of allowing the general public to have direct influence over how the government distributes funding for spending. The second speaker argued that this will unnecessarily complicate the decision-making process. Already we struggle in Parliament with 66 people to come to a decision that satisfies the entire public. Why would we think that increasing the number of people who have direct say in the process makes it any easier to satisfy the expectations of people? We argue that the best way to guarantee that the best decision in the interest of the general public is made to use the principle of representational governance, where the elective officers are responsible for the distribution and approval of the distributions of the funding of capital expenditure.
Point of information.
Not accepted at this time. To further illustrate this, let us look at an example of an instance where the general population had direct say in this matter. The United Student Movement at NCU traditionally relied on the presentation of its boundaries. The United Student Movement at NCU traditionally relied on the presentation of its budget to the entire student population in Mandeville and subsequent voting by the attendees to approve the budget. But every year they faced problems where, one, it costs too much to get all the students across all campuses, thus making votes unfair. Two, most students either do not review the budget or do not even understand it. Three, every year the budget is not passed because students want their club to get more money. Four, the movement cannot serve the students for a week or months because the budget isn't passed. In 2014, this problem was fixed using the representative governance model, empowering the club president who formed the student senate to be one of the reviewed and then publicly vote on the budget on behalf of the students in their individual clubs after. That year was the first year that the budget was passed on its first public presentation with the unanimous backings of student population throughout their club president and based on their reaction during the public presentation. As our first speaker argued, this model is the status quo and is the ideal for time-sensitive and technical matters such as capital expenditure distribution. But left to the proposition model, Jamaica physical development would be at the mercy of many personal bias of hundreds of thousands of people.
Point of information.
Not accepted at this time. Take the last general election as an example. Only about 30% of the entire public able to vote choose to vote. Mr. Speaker, that fact tells us two things. One, the Jamaican people have little interest in wanting to actively participate in the running of our country. This is precisely why a decision regarding the distribution of capital expenditure,
Point of information.
not accepted at this time, cannot be left up to the public vote. As my second speaker argued, it is unnecessary to complicate of any important process. Two, the fact that the few Jamaican votes mean that it is likely that personal and political bias the fact that few Jamaican votes mean that it's likely that the personal and political bias will dictate the distribution of funds. Political commentors argued that the last election was mostly determined by the sectors of government that still argued that the last election was most likely determined by the sectors of countries that is still in their thinking. That means when it comes to public voting, there's a high chance that the votes are demanded. When it comes to public voting, there's a high chance that the votes are determined not by what is necessary for the development of the country, but rather based on the personal gains and bias. This our first speaker showed to be undermined this very heart of our democracy. Do not let public decision. Sorry.
We thank the third opposition speaker for closing out the debate on side opposition. We now pause for a minute to allow both sides of the House to provide the finishing touches on their reply speeches, after which we'll hear from the opposition their reply speech. Your minute begins now. All right, so that is the end of the minute, and now we welcome the opposition to hear their reply speech. Hear, hear.
The opposition side repeatedly point out that the people do not trust the government. We are very aware, hence the purpose of the Office of the Contractor General, OCG. We are literally handing you a system made for exactly for holding the corrupt ministers accountable. Yes, it does all come back to the public voting. The decision that the public takes is whom they should entrust these responsibilities to. Third proposition speaker stated that stated about the outcome of the votes. That is why our House is proposing that we as the citizens get serious about who we elect to the office, calling for the removal of corrupted officials using the systems provided. Do not let the public decide how capital expenditure is shared. Leave it up to our elected officials who are more knowledgeable about these things. Thank you.
We thank the opposition for closing out the debate on side opposition through their reply speech. And now we welcome to the floor the proposition reply speech to close out this debate. Hear, hear.
My proposition leader, Mr. Speaker, has defined the current status quo and presented our policy. I explored the benefits of public voting, and my proposition member, has compared the current status quo to that which public voting will create. Firstly, Mr. Speaker, the opposition leader argued so profusely that persons do not trust the government, and they are the ones who elect them. But may I remind you, Mr. Speaker, that though we vote such ministers in, Mr. Speaker, we do so expecting that they will govern effectively. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, she stated that not everyone will feel the impact of an investment. And Mr. Speaker, this is exactly what we, the proposition, are trying to mitigate. We are trying, Mr. Speaker, to move in a micro scale, a scale which our budget accounts for, so members of our communities will feel the impact. Moreover, Mr. Speaker, she so pompously argued that the government's expertise is superior to the public's. However, Mr. Speaker, in our policy, we stated that there will be an educational campaign which will enhance the knowledge of our people in such areas. Mr. Speaker, even the deputy opposition leader stated that the government has special knowledge in finance, and it is for this reason they should continue making such decisions. However, Mr. Speaker, this is not a debate about foolishly giving people finances to conduct government business. But, Mr. Speaker, it is a poll with necessities for you to select your necessity. Mr. Speaker, she stated hundreds of thousands of persons will be in such polls. And then there will be clashes in necessities. But in our policy, Mr. Speaker, we addressed this by stating explicitly we will have a comparative analysis mechanism, and only eligible electorate voters will be able to participate, not the entire Jamaica. Mr. Speaker, the opposition continues to repeat how we have such a capable government and system which holds accountable our officials. But if we did, Mr. Speaker, there would be no need for this debate. And as we propounded, other countries have seen the benefits of such a systems. Furthermore, the opposition member stated that Jamaicans currently do not participate in the current voting process. But, Mr. Speaker, it is for this reason why we so emphasize a system which ensures collective intelligence, which assures participation. Finally, Mr. Speaker, it is made blatant that the opposition's policy is simply weak. They blissfully disregard the needs of our public. What do you suggest, opposition, that we do? It is the goal of the government to satisfy. Is it the goal of the government to satisfy expectations or to cater to needs? With this, Mr. Speaker, the proposition rests.
We thank the reply speaker on side proposition for closing out the debate. And by extension, we thank both sides of the House, both sides, proposition, opposition, for quite a spirited and engaging debate. And now the judges will step away to deliberate, after which we will determine who would have won this debate. All right, welcome back to the quarterfinal round where we saw in proposition we had Knox College and an opposition we had, of course, Mayday High School. Now, we thought this debate was quite an intellectually stimulating debate. We saw where there was excellent engagement on both sides of the house, and we thought that this debate was worthy of congratulations on both teams. Yes. The adjudicators thought that this match was a truly excellent match. That being said, I'm not one for extensive oral adjudications. I'll just get right into it because I know we're all hungry. All right, so we saw the major clash in this debate was that of the effectiveness of the elected officials. So we saw where proposition came and they provided this very elaborate model. They came and they said to us that, all right, this is what we're going to do. We're going to include the ordinary Tom, Dick, and Harry in the voting process in terms of voting for things that will directly impact them. And then we saw that they said that, well, if it is that we're going to do this, what we're going to do, we're going to have councillors gather and they will consult the people at the community level. They will get their input as to what they would want to see being implemented. Then they're saying that there's somewhat of a collation of those input from the persons within the community, and that list of issues will then be passed on to the MPs, or the Member of Parliament. And they said that there will also be allocations made or provisions made for persons who may not be able to come out in person so they can join on, the Zoom and so on. And then they said that when this list is passed on to the Members of Parliament, it will go through somewhat of a refining process, and then they will put out polls so that the eligible electorate can vote. And they also said that, well, we understand that not everyone is so versed on the issues of public concern. So what they're going to do is to implement or launch this public education campaign so that everyone knows what is happening and everyone can make decisions from an informed perspective. And so we saw where opposition came now and they said, listen, we think that this is going to just complicate the governance process because we already think it is complicated as it is. We already know that there are 60-odd members of parliament who have to make these decisions, and we always see where they have these intense debates in making these decisions, and we don't want to prolong the decisions anymore. And we heard further down in the debate, they gave us the example of NCU when they're supposed to present their budget, and the lengthy collaboration or decision-making process can just take forever. And so they don't think that that was necessary to complicate the governance process. And so we thought there was a clash in ideas on that side. And then we saw where on proposition they went back and they said, listen, we're going to show you why this is a problem. We're going to present to you the status quo as it is, or we're going to show you why we're having this debate in the first place. So what they did was they identified a few countries and they zoned in on Switzerland and they said, listen, Switzerland, unlike Jamaica, has had a decline in voter turnout. There has been a similarity in the levels of voter apathy. So what we're going to do is show you what has happened in Switzerland and how that can be applicable to the Jamaican context. So they said to us, listen, in Switzerland, they saw where there was a consultative process between elected members in the government as well as the ordinary Tom, Dick, and Harry on the ground. And they said, listen, because of this policy that we would like to implement, we've seen where it has been implemented in Switzerland, and we want to implement that same policy within the Jamaican context. And they went further to tell us that, listen, this, when you apply it at the microscopic level, and they brought to us the example of Rhoda Moore Crawford, where she consulted the members of her constituency. And they said that, listen, we see where this has worked in other jurisdictions, and we want to implement that within the Jamaican context, and we think that that is the best way to go. And then opposition came and said, listen, there is a lack of accountability when you do things like these. We don't need to fix what is not broken. So essentially, opposition was telling us that, listen, there's no problem to be solved here. The process is already complicated as it is, we don't need to further complicate that. And they said, listen, we already have accountability mechanisms in place, such as the Office of the Contractor General, to keep these elected government members accountable. So we don't need to complicate our lives unnecessarily by implementing what we've seen in other jurisdictions. So we don't want any part of that, right? But we thought that proposition came back and I said, listen, no. It is not so much that it's going to be a long process, because we've seen, or we highlighted to you what is going to take place, why this is necessary, why this is a problem, and in order to solve those problems, we're going to launch our public education campaign to resolve any issues of, this specialized knowledge that opposition would have mentioned, because it's essentially, opposition came and they said, like, listen, in order to make decisions of these complex nature, we need elected officials who possess this specialized knowledge. And proposition came and said, no, anyone can have access to this knowledge. And it's not so much that we're going to give these ordinary citizens the budgetary allocations to make decisions in and of themselves, but we're going to launch this public education campaign so that they can have access to this somewhat mysterious specialized knowledge, so they themselves can make an informed decision on what will affect them. We also saw another clash where opposition was saying, listen, we think that if you leave it in the hands of the ordinary persons on the ground, they're going to only make decisions in there that would directly impact them. And they're saying there will be an introduction of biases. So if it is from the farmer group, the farmers would elect to make decisions in their best interest. If it's the nurse, the nurses will do the same. If it's the police will do the same. But proposition then came and said, listen, that is why we need to implement this policy, because we see where this can impact positively the microscopic level, and therefore that will have a ripple effect on the macroscopic level. So if you implement this at this level, we see where it will benefit the farmers, the police, the teachers, the lawyers, the doctors, but then because of that, it will cushion or ripple out so that it will affect the wider Jamaican society. That was a long-winded adjudication. And so at the end of it, we thought that the team who would have won this debate is the team inside proposition, KNOX College. We want to also highlight the best speaker, also from KNOX College, the third proposition speaker. We would like to also highlight commendable effort from the opposition, the first opposition speaker, for doing an excellent job of engaging and argumentation. Well, there you have it, our online viewers and audience. That's how the cookie crumbles. And so in this match, we would have seen where KNOX College is our winner, and we will now progress to the second round of debating in this quarterfinal round. Thank you.
Hold me down here. So we're going to introduce from that end. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to this match in the quarterfinals of the hashtag Afiwi Republic Secondary Schools Debate Competition. My name is Jermaine Barrett, and I'll be the chair adjudicator for this match. With me are some other distinguished judges, and I'll now invite them to introduce themselves.
My name is Rory Hall.
My name is Cudian King.
And I'm Curtis Wallace.
All right, so we are having a debate on our hand, and to get things started, we need a motion, right? We need a topic that the debaters will contest. So let us have Cudian King announce the topic for this debate.
So the topic for this debate reads, this House would assign greater weight to the votes of younger people during the referendum for Jamaica's constitutional reforms.
Quite an interesting motion that is. Looking forward to hear the teams contest that particular issue. Speaking about teams, the teams that are here to debate the motion, we have Jamaica College versus WOLMER'S Boys School. All right, so those are the two teams. And listeners, if you're joining us, viewers rather, if you're joining us for the first time, well, you might be unfamiliar with the rules. Well, this is how it's going to go. We're going to start with the opening speeches, each lasting for 8 minutes. Then we move to the second speeches on either team for 7 minutes. Then the third speeches, we call those third substantive speeches. Those will last for 5 minutes. And then one of the two speakers on each team will return for a 3-minute reply speech. The first and last minutes are protected. Those will be signaled to the debaters by an audible clap. So when they speak for 1 minute, you'll hear a clap. When they've spoken when they have 1 minute remaining, you will hear another clap. When they're out of time, you'll hear 2 claps. But of course, those 2 claps might come midway them completing a sentence, so we give them 10 seconds extra. And at the end of that 10 seconds, you will hear continuous clapping. Debaters, that means that you should stop at that point and take your seat, making way for the next speaker. Debaters, are there any questions? No. Are you ready? Yes. Well, we are ready as well. So in a few seconds, you will hear my voice from my seat moderating the debate. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are ready to start our debate. The teams have been briefed, they are armed with their speeches, and now without any further delay, we call upon the first speaker from the proposition team representing Jamaica College to open the debate. Hear, hear.
Mr. Speaker, adjudicators, esteemed teammates, most worthy opponents, youth of Jamaica, and guests, I wish you all a good day. The decision before us is a very vital one that will impact not only our future, but the future of this country. Youth is the hope of our future. The power of youth is the common wealth for the entire world. The faces of young people are the faces of our past, our present, and our future. Today's motion states that this House would assign greater weight to the votes of younger people during the referendum for Jamaica's constitutional reform. We shall define a young voter as someone who's under the age of 35. The term youth is used to refer to persons between the ages of 15 and 24 years. However, 25 to 34 years are recognized as extended youth. According to the Cambridge Dictionary, the term referendum can be defined as a vote in which all the people in a country or an area are asked to give their opinion about or decide an important political or social question. The definition of constitutional reform is the introduction of legislations to modify the rules and practices that determine the composition and functions of the organs of central and local government in a state. Therefore, as the government, we would assign greater weight to the choice or opinion of people under the age of 35 during a vote which they will give their choice in the introduction of new legislations to modify or change Jamaica's law and practices. I will speak about the long-term impact of going against this decision, how making this decision will develop civic pride in our young people, and how it can encourage more young people to get involved in politics. My second speaker will speak about the significance of splitting the demographics. He will echo how young people bear the long-term consequences and how young people feel disengaged from the political system. My third speaker will wrap up by summarizing and echo what the government has said. Young people have a significant stake in the future, as they will be living with the consequences of present-day decisions for a longer time. Policies and decisions made today on issues like climate change, education, and healthcare will directly impact their lives for decades to come. Allowing young people to have a say ensures that their perspective and interests are considered in shaping a sustainable and equitable future. Why give the votes of young people the same weight as someone who will no longer be with us in 10 years? Our young people will have to live in the future that will be created by the nation's decision, and we believe that if we're going to live in that future, then we must have a very large say in what that future looks like. When young people don't participate in the democratic process by voting, they are more likely to become disengaged about politics. This disinterest can persist into adulthood, creating a cycle of low voter turnout and reduced civic engagement overall. We believe greater weight to their choices and opinion will encourage them to come out and vote when the time comes. An article by Don Anderson in March of this year, titled "Is Jamaica Democracy at Risk?" speaks about the significant decline in voter turnout. And might I say, majority of registered voters are young people. As a democratic country, we cannot have our democracy at risk. We need to carry our young people back to the polls. We believe showing them that their choices and opinion are greatly valued is the first step towards that goal. How do we do that, you may ask? Simply, give their votes
Point of
greater
information.
weight. Not accepted at this time. Let me ask the opposition a question. If you were a chicken, would you want a cow vote to have the same weight as yours in how your chicken coop is built? No, because you're the one that's going to live in it. We, as the government, would like to propose that instead of giving each individual vote, 2/3 of young people votes would equal to 50%. My second speaker will speak further. When our young people are living 10 to 20 years from now, they will feel proud knowing that they played a major role in creating this future Jamaica. With more and more young people coming out and expressing that they're depressed, something needs to be done to change this. A strong sense of community and civic pride can have positive effects on individual mental and emotional well-being. Feeling connected to a community and being proud of it can reduce feelings of isolation and increase overall life satisfaction. When our young people come to be proud of their country, they will know that they have a family and support for any issues they have. How might we get them to be proud of the country, you might ask? Let them create it. Give them the power by giving their votes more weight. When you draw something, you are proud of it no matter what, because you know that it is yours and you put a lot into it. Civic pride can act as a driving force for positive changes and progress. When people care deeply about their community's well-being, they are more likely to advocate for and support initiatives that address social issues, promote sustainability, and improve the overall quality of life. Support issues like No Dirty Up Jamaica. Think of it. Our harbors clean, our streets clean, our gullies clean, our rivers clean. Looks wonderful, doesn't it? The whole idea of people of not to inform is abolished because they care about their country more than themselves. Citizens who take pride in their country are more likely to be responsible and law-abiding. They respect their nation's law, institutions, and values, contributing to a healthier and more functional society. Civic pride nurtures a sense of duty towards one nation and encourages responsible citizenship. Civic pride often includes pride in one's cultural heritage and history. This can lead to a stronger motivation to preserve and promote cultural traditions and art. A much safer, cultural, and cleaner Jamaica. This can all be achieved by simply giving young people votes greater weight. Allowing young people to have more of a vote can serve as an incentive for increased political interest and participation, leading to a more robust and representative democracy. Our young people will come to realize that politics affects their future, what they want their future to look like, and then organize themselves to pursue the power required to make the future they want. Assigning greater weight to their votes will cause them to ask themselves the question, how can they ensure that young people's opinions are heard and acted upon? My third speaker will speak further. Giving young people votes greater weight in this upcoming referendum is essential for the future of this country because young people are the future of this country. This decision would greatly benefit Jamaica. So help me and the young people in our island home by making the right decision. Because as a young person myself, I feel we Republic. The government rests for now.
Proposition speaker representing Jamaica College. At this time, I call upon the first speaker from the opposition team representing WOLME'S Boys School to make his case known. Hear, hear.
All protocols observed. Panel, my worthy opponents, viewers online and in person, good afternoon. On this road to constitutional reform, an integral part of this process is consultation with the populace. For this reason, the Ministry of Legal and Constitutional Affairs has made several attempts to be inclusive. This can be seen in the composition of the very Constitutional Reform Committee, which involves the active participation of a youth representative, members of civil society, and the church. Periodical town hall meetings and events even like this very debate competition is in which we participate right now are mechanisms of engaging the important stakeholders in this process. However, the empowerment of core groups should not result in the endowment of disproportionate privilege. Robbing Peter to pay Paul never yields a positive result. So, as is stated in the motion, the core group under the magnification glass today is the younger people, which have been defined by the government as being under the age of 35. We agree with this definition. But in defense of the stance of the opposition, I will speak to some of the issues touched on by said government thus far. The main argument that was proposed is the fact that young people are going to be living under this constitution for longer than the older people. I believe that his chicken and cow analogy is grossly misleading, as if it were to suggest that old people are some different kind of species. The older people are still people. We are all governed by this constitution, no matter how long we live under it. So I believe that we should still prioritize all age groups. Also, he mentioned the propensity of the youth to institute or vote for greater climate change policy. I would like to inform you that many of the persons who would be categorized under this age group would have participated in the very 2011 replacement of the Chapter 3 of the Constitution, which would have enacted a new right, which would have been the right to enjoy a healthy and productive environment, free from the threat of injury or damage from environmental abuse and degradation of ecological heritage. I would like to contest that argument and propose that the older generation is just as environmentally conscious as the young generation. So we should not discard their ideas or what they stand for and stop generally categorizing people as such. So I'm going to get into my first substantive. The opposition is not opposing for opposing's sake. Of course, we can acknowledge that voter apathy is at a high and youth involvement in political matters is at a low right now. However, the way to solve this is not telling the youth that they are more important than the older demographic. Therefore, the proposition believes that its burden in this debate will be to prove how the outcome that proposition wishes to achieve, which is the upliftment and increased involvement of the youth in the constitutional reform process, does not require this policy to be achieved in the first place. We also aim to prove how their policy will inevitably backfire by belittling another group of stakeholders, being the older population, while placing too much power in the hands of young people. I apologize for saying I was getting to my first substantive. This is my first substantive. It states that assigning a voting weight to any demographic violates the idea of fair elective processes enshrined in the Constitution and is essentially undemocratic. The Charter of Fundamental Rights and Freedoms speaks to the right of Jamaican citizens to vote in free and fair elections. So while we understand that referendums aren't exactly elections, they are elective processes which bring some sense of permanent change, and therefore the decisions of these referendums are supposed to be the representation of the will of the people. As such, it would be an affront to our democracy to imbue certain groups with more power than others because it may skew the idea of true public consensus. In trying to find models of such a policy which were successful, the opposition failed to find precedent. The closest example which we could find was the Electoral College voting model in the United States. So let me tell you a little bit about that. In this system, greater units of voting are allotted to smaller states which are not proportional in size, to larger states in the name of balancing the scales. Due to this, an individual vote from a sparsely populated state is worth more in the final count than a vote of a densely populated state. As a consequence, presidential candidates can take advantage of such a system in order to secure votes of these smaller states until they add up. Consequently, this would result in them capturing the presidency with a majority of electoral college without winning the actual popular vote. A primary example being the controversial US President Donald Trump, whose appointment to office was an anathema to many, except his loyal followers. As illustrated by the model I just gave, when voting power is disproportionately distributed, it can produce a false image of consensus, which would be harmful in the constitutional reform process. For example, in the case that the majority of youth are on one accord on the basis of making a decision, which the more elderly population are against, then this imbalance could give the youth an unhealthy advantage in the polls. Resulting from this, we will have a disgruntled, disillusioned, and divided public because the older population will feel mistreated because their voice would be essentially overridden on matters requiring public opinion. On to my second substantive, which posits that if young people participate actively in these forums, they are not actually as powerless as the proposition would have them look. According to Data Reportal, a website for reports and digital statistics, Jamaica's highest demographic percentage is from ages 18 to 34, which is approximately 30%. This demonstrates that young persons hold the most voting power without even being granted greater weight in the first place. So therefore, the government's policy is unnecessary in solving the problem. The truth is that young people don't need greater influence on the results of the referendum. Instead, they simply need an incentive to participate in the process for their voices to be substantially heard. The problem with youth representation lies in their lack of education on governance matters and apathy. Apathy is due more or less to the fact that the government is not trusted to implement promises and support the needs of the young people. Therefore, focus needs to be continually placed on youth seminars, competitions in high school and tertiary institutions, which require them to do research or engage with the ideas of their constitution. Government must engage youth in forums which break down constitutional matters in layman terms, and most importantly, stress why their votes in these plebiscites are paramount, as well as what is there for them to gain. That way, the youth will feel more enthusiasm towards the process and exercise the franchise which they have simply been sitting on. No rebalancing will be needed to ensure that their voices are actually heard. That panel is what we call empowerment. The opposition momentarily pauses.
We thank the opposition speaker for that speech. And of course, we now make way for the second proposition speaker. Let's make that speaker welcome.
Mr. Speaker, adjudicators, and fellow debaters, good afternoon. I stand before you as the second speaker of the proposition to argue in favor of assigning greater weight to the votes of younger people during the referendum of Jamaica's constitutional reform. We firmly believe that this measure is essential in ensuring a fair and inclusive democratic process that truly represents the interests and aspirations of all Jamaicans, especially the young generation who will bear the consequences of our decisions in the long term. The opposition side, explained a few points that we decided to rebut. Firstly, they are mentioning that so they mentioned that the new constitutional reform includes young people. However, they are not really, though they are included, that doesn't necessarily mean that they have direct or concrete influence. However, by implementing this new system, it is imperative that we give them a sorry about that. Let us acknowledge the significance of splitting the demographics by age and giving a threshold to create a demographic by age and giving a threshold to create a percentage referendum, giving 2/3 collective vote of young people 50%. This is a new proposed system where the voting pool will be split into 4 different groups, specifically 18 to 35, 35 to 50, 50 to 75, and 75 and over. This approach ensures that the voices of the majority are respected and that the Constitution truly reflects the will of the young people. By recognizing the importance of younger voters, we provide them with the opportunity to play a meaningful role in shaping the future of their nation. One of the primary reasons for advocating this stance is that the young people are the ones who will bear the long-term consequences of Jamaica's constitutional reforms. While older generations have valuable experiences and wisdom, it is the youth who will have to live with the outcomes of decisions made today for many years to come. Their voices must be heard and their interests considered, as they are the ones who will inherit and inhabit the Jamaica we are shaping. For instance, let's imagine a scenario where Jamaica is considering a constitutional reform specifically geared towards educational policies. This will have a direct impact on the young people as it relates to access to quality education, access to resources, and opportunities for personal growth. Therefore, by giving more weight to the votes of the younger people, among young people, of detachment from the political process can lead to apathy and disengagement, resulting in a lack of active participation in the governance. Sorry about that. By giving young people a stronger say in constitutional reforms, referendums will empower them to take ownership of the government structure. This, in turn, fosters a sense of responsibility, encourages them to be effective citizens who contribute to the development and betterment of Jamaica. Furthermore, critics from the opposition may argue that assigning greater weight to the younger votes may undermine the principle of equal suffrage or equal voting system. However, we are not advocating for a complete overhaul of the voting system. Instead, we propose a reasonable adjustment that acknowledges the particular stake of young people in shaping their own future. As we proceed, let us not forget the wise Jamaican proverbs that echo the importance of including the younger generation in the decision-making process. With little, but with talawa. This proverbs reminds us that even though the younger generations may be seen as small or irrelevant by some, their strength and potential to impact the nation positively should not be underestimated. In conclusion, giving greater weight to the voters or the voting of the younger generation during the referendum of Jamaica's constitutional reform is an imperative step towards building an inclusive and sustainable democracy. By doing so, we acknowledge that the youth are the torchbearers of the nation's future and deserve an active role in shaping it. Let us not deny them their rightful voice, for together we can create a Jamaica that thrives and prospers for generations to come, because at the end of the day, a free republic. The proposition rests for now.
Thank you very much for that fine speech, second proposition speaker. We now make way for the second opposition speaker. Hear, hear.
All protocols observed. Good afternoon. I rise as the second speaker for the opposition to continue our urgent rejection of this motion. Not only does it make a mockery to democratic principles and our constitution, but it undermines the importance of value demographics in our society. But before I get into my substantives, let me address the misled beliefs of the proposition thus far. They would have highlighted the need for increasing the voting weight for the younger people. But we argue that's not necessary in order to include the voice of the young people. The second proposition speaker would have made an attempt to rebut an argument made by the first speaker about the influence of the youth member of the Constitutional Reform Committee, calling it no direct and concrete influence. We ask how, and we ask when a stakeholder like the youth are involved in such a critical committee as the Constitutional Reform Committee, we ask how then do they not have direct and concrete influence? And they would have also have made an example of a right which is needed for the young people through in the form of education. But already it exists where the right to education, quality education, is enshrined in the Charter of Fundamental Rights and Freedoms, which was already spoken on by the first opposition speaker. Now getting into my substantives. In many societies around the world, it is common practice to value the wisdom and knowledge of the older generation in decision making. And this is not without reason, for it is the older generation who have seen the complexities of human life and the different applications of government models which have managed to achieve varying degrees of success. The wisdom of the older population should not be undervalued in this constitutional reform process. And we acknowledge the intentions of the proposition with this policy and the qualities that they believe the younger generation possesses over the older generation. On the other hand, we contend that the older generation deserves equal opportunity to participate because their experience and understanding of Jamaica's cultural and historical legacy is paramount to the reform process. What we must consider is that while the younger population can be educated on constitutional matters, many of what we would consider the older population would have a rich repository of lived experiences with the matters at hand. Many of them would have experienced Jamaica become an independent nation, witnessed the previous constitutional reform, like the replacement of Chapter 3 of the Constitution with the expanded Bill of Rights called the Charter of Fundamental Rights and Freedoms in 2011. They would have also seen the first abuses of the Constitution, such as the use of states of public emergencies to detain political opponents in the 1970s. Judges, in this time of constitutional reform, we should be focused on hearing and respecting the views of all well-thinking Jamaicans who are loyal to Jamaica and its people. And notice I said the people of Jamaica and not the young people of Jamaica, as they seem to posit. We should not separate the categories of Jamaica to such a large extent based on something like age, in a process that will affect the collective whole, young or old. The words of our national pledge could not express this sentiment any more clearly. The wisdom and courage of my mind, the strength and vigor of my body, in the service of my fellow citizens, I promise to stand up for justice, brotherhood, and peace. Should we disregard these also important words from our pledge that each Jamaican vows when reciting these fundamental words of who we are as a people? Judges and the audience, while that side attempts to justify their position, it is all too clear that those fundamental principles in our pledge are being strategically ignored. They have crafted this idea that in order for young people to have their voices heard, they require more weight allotted to them through votes. We fundamentally disagree with that idea. There are myriad of ways for young people to get their voices heard that do not disenfranchise nor undermine the values of any of our other demographics. And this debate is a very keen example of that, young people making their voices heard. We believe that public forums allowing the youth to voice their concerns and strategic government policy, educating and empowering the youth to speak about these issues are more realistic and fruitful ways of increasing the voice of our young demographic. What we are assured of, though, is that giving the youth more voting weight in a referendum, as they believe is necessary, will not be effective, nor is it an appropriate policy to those who do not fall into the category of youth. And I'm just going to explain it. That means anyone who is above the age of 35. They are considered to be not youth, and therefore are somehow not to be included in the new constitution. Recently, an article published by the Jamaican Observer caught this side's attention as it bore similarities between the concept behind this debate. The Minister of Legal and Constitutional Affairs would have expressed her wish to have a copy of the Jamaican Constitution in every school and allow the students to have direct access to it. This indicated that the youth are indeed valued and regarded as a necessary voice in this matter, but it need not trample on the democratic rights nor basic decency in order to provide it to the youth demographic. Another point that they fail to recognize is a potential exposure of the electoral process to corruption and voter fraud. In our day and age, the country must be vigilant against any changes to the process that would allow room for maladministration. Accepted.
Are you saying that giving greater weight to the voting for younger people will cause corruption?
What I'm making the point is that there's a potential exposure of the electoral process for corruption and voter fraud. Back to my speech. No. In our day and age, the country must be vigilant against any changes to the process that would allow room for maladministration and corrupt practices to undermine the will of the Jamaican people. Whether this is done by fraudulent classification of individuals into two divided categories, or simply by the disenfranchisement of the older generation as their voting rate is limited. Just a valid synopsis of how dangerous this is for the country to tolerate any room for potential voter fraud. Even if there are few rumors of the fairness of the voting process in the referendum, the whole country would be undermined, or the whole process would be undermined by illegitimacy and destabilize the country. We believe that this policy leaves room for these nefarious practices to enter our democracy. They will call into question the legitimacy of the referendum, causing great mistrust among the population of Jamaica, and eventually bring out instability in the rule of law. And they have not convinced us that the implementation of this policy would be foolproof and sound. Therefore, we cannot be assured that voter fraud would not be allowed to enter the process. And therefore, to act preventively, this policy should be immediately discarded and the discussion squashed. Not accepted. Therefore, with all this said, it is abundantly clear that for Jamaica to develop a constitution that includes all the necessary changes Jamaicans want to see, there must be equal opportunity for everyone to share in the process, whether that be in workshops or debates, and even the referendum when the time comes. With this, we rest temporarily. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Second proposition speaker, speaking on behalf of the proposition team, WOLMER'S Boys School. At this time, we go to the opposition, Jamaica College, to hear from their third speaker. Hear, hear.
Good afternoon, Mr. Speaker, esteemed judges, and enthusiastic teammates and respected opponents. I stand before you today with an impassionate plea regarding the vital decision before us. The motion states that this House would assign greater weight to the votes of younger people during the referendum of Jamaica Constitution form. This is a new proposed system where the voting pool would be split into 4 different groups: 18 to 35, 35 to 50, 55 to 75, and 75 and over. This approach ensures that the voices of the majority. We cannot underestimate the power and the potential of the youth, the hope of our future, and the driving force of progress. Today's decision will not only impact the young generation, but also shape the very fabric of our country's destiny. By assigning the greater weight of votes of young people, we are acknowledging their stake in the future. They will never, where they will live a consequence of present-day decisions for decades to come. Our youth possess the vision, the fresh ideas, and the energy to usher Jamaica in a brighter tomorrow. Policies made today on climate change, education, healthcare will directly affect their lives in the long run. We cannot afford to ignore their perspectives and interests. Instead, we must empower them to actively shape a sustainable and inequitable future. Failing to give due weight to young people's votes risks disengagement and indifference towards politics, perpetuating a cycle of low voter turnout and reduced civic engagement. We must break this cycle and reignite their interest in participating in the democratic process. By valuing the choices and opinions, we instill civic pride in our young citizens, fostering a sense of responsibilities towards their nation's welfare. My fellow opponents, let us imagine a Jamaica where young people are actively involved in politics, advocating for initiatives and addressing social issues and promote sustainability. Civic pride will drive positive change, creating a safer, cleaner, and cultural prideful nation. As we invest in our youth, they will invest in our nation's future. Assigning great weight to young people's votes will act as an incentive for increased political interest and participation. We may witness an influx of young representatives in the political arena, ensuring their voices are heard and their ideas act upon. As we consider the motion before us, I reminded of a wise Jamaica proverb that holds great significance in our deliberation. One cocoa, full basket. In the context of our current discussion, one cocoa, full basket, it reminds us that by assigning greater weight to the votes of young people during the referendum, we are not only recognizing their value, but also acknowledging that their collective influence, one vote at a time, can lead towards meaningful and lasting change. Jamaica's destiny lies in the hands of its youths. Today, I urge you to stand with us, and I urge you to stand with us with the future of our country and make the right decision, a free republic. And we will empower our young leaders to shape Jamaica's prosperous and dynamic future. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much for that fine speech. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now take a 1-minute pause to allow the debaters. Oh, sorry about that. All right, so we are now going to hear the third opposition speaker from WOLMER'S Boys School. Let's meet that speaker. Welcome. Here.
Sorry. Ready. Mr. Speaker, adjudicators, both the proposition and the opposition, as well as our audience, good afternoon. I stand here as the third speaker to continue our strong opposition of the motion this House would assign greater weight to the votes of younger people during the referendum for the constitutional reform. But before I get into my substantive, I would like to offer these counter-arguments to what the proposition has already stated. We saw in the second speaker's speech for the proposition that we are denying the youth their rightful votes by not having a weighted vote. I offer this as a counter. By having a weighted vote, are you not then denying the older generation their rightful voice? I would like to echo my first speaker that robbing Peter to pay Paul is definitely not the way to go. And this poses an even greater harm to the ideology of democracy in Jamaica rather than what currently exists. We have also highlighted that younger people are already the majority based on their four-sector approach to the voting age. So why then would you bring the ideology that one cocoa fools basket? They are already the majority, and they're already the majority represented in the vote, and your policy would only skew the referendum further away from others in our economy. We on the opposition bench believe that implementing this policy will compromise the electoral process as younger people are more attuned with social media, which is laced with propaganda. Mr. Speaker, assigning a greater weight to the vote of younger people during the referendum for our constitutional reform could result in a more misinformed vote, as social media is filled with propaganda and can easily mislead and influence people in the wrong way. We are not claiming that younger people are more naive than the older generation, but rather because of their presence on social media, it makes them an even easier target. Social media has quickly become a tool, not just for interactions between close friends and family, but also for news, political commentary, and civic engagement.
Point of information.
Not accepted. Studies by the Pew Research Center show that 88% of young people between the ages of 18 and 29 and 78% of people between ages 30 and 40 use at least one social media platform. This same institute reports that 33% of social media users use these sites to repost political content that was posted by others in an attempt to spread information about social issues. And a 2022 survey carried out by Statista shows that the younger generation are more likely to use social media as a news source, with 50% of Gen Z and 44% of millennials reporting daily usage. Now, this all sounds good. The younger generation is utilizing technology to inflict political change and raise awareness. But wrong. The filters on social media as it relates to news are far less than those that come with publishing in a tabloid. Anyone with a platform can share political content without it being factual, as there are very little checks in place to ensure the credibility of these arguments. According to researchers at the Massachusetts Institute
Point of information.
Technology, accepted.
Are you saying that the Jamaican youths are easily corrupt and easily misinformed?
I said it before in my speech that I am not claiming that they are more easily misinformed, but rather than they are a greater target because of their great presence on social media. I stated that before. According to researchers at the Massachusetts Institute of Technology, fake news can spread 10 times as fast as legitimate news stories. After their study of rumors spread on Twitter between 2006 and 2017, they also deemed that fake news not only spreads quicker, but also has a wider reach. The top 1% of news cascades reach between 1,000 to 100,000 people, while the legitimate news rarely reach more than 1,000 people. Mr. Speaker, with 8% of our youth being on social media and 44 to 50% of them relying on it for news, the misinformation spread on these platforms are more likely to influence the votes of our youth. And once again, we stress, we're not saying that they're naive, but we're saying that they are more of a target due to their presence on social media. For an example of propaganda already being spread around social media is the 2016 US presidential elections, where Russia used tactics such as troll farms and bots to leak fake news stories and sow disorder in the electoral process. Why then should we put a greater weight on their vote? Putting a greater weight on the vote of the youth would allow propaganda to have more impact in swaying the election. It would be even easier to implement these damaging tactics on our youth if their vote is weighted, thus swaying public opinion to impact the outcome of the referendum. Due to the cumulative substantives outlined by the opposition, we remain ardent in our disapproval of the motion. The opposition rests.
We thank the opposition third speaker for that fine speech. Ladies and gentlemen, we're now going to take a 1-minute pause, allowing the debaters a little opportunity to review and to fine-tune their reply speeches. At the end of the 1 minute, we will hear the reply speech from the opposition team, followed by that from the proposition. Your 1 minute begins now. We have just elapsed the 1 minute, and so it's now time for us to hear the reply speech from the opposition side, representing WOLMER'S Boys School. Let's make that speaker welcome. You may begin.
Panel, proposition team, viewers online and in person, good afternoon once again. I can resolutely say that the opposition has won this debate because we have proved the proposition's policy to be not only unnecessary, but deleterious to the foundation of Jamaica. However, proposition has lost on many fronts. Basically, firstly, on the fact that they have not effectively proved to us why this policy is even needed in the first place. They have said that despite having franchised, the youth do not feel that they actually play a part in the process and are therefore apathetic. Panel, I have already explained to you that opposition has a solution to this. Opposition has simply suggested that we more greatly involve the youth in the process through various forums, getting them involved, in short, bringing the Constitution to them essentially, making sure they understand it, the role it plays in their life, and how it affects them. Another clash that we have identified is that proposition is giving us the idea that young people need more influence because they have to live with the Constitution for a longer period of time. We have basically already explained to you that the older population, regardless of how long they will be living for on this earth as they propose, they are also impacted by this process in a huge way. And on top of this, they have great wisdom from their experience before this constitutional reform process to bring to this. They have their lived experience and they have a greater understanding of the cultural and historical legacy of Jamaica. We also believe that their policy is simply a logistical nightmare. Dividing the population into so many categories is cumbersome and unnecessary. It is as if you're saying that the older you get in the population, the more detached you get. And there's no substantial proof to suggest this. The carrying out of this policy will also be very strenuous on the government, and the process could encourage voter fraud, as said by an earlier speaker, because they will constantly have to be checking in and making sure that the ages of each member of the population is correct, and it will just encourage a lot of confusion and a lot of mess. So basically, we have won this debate because we have proved how their policy is therefore nullified. Thank you.
Thank you very much for concluding the debate on your side of the House. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we make way for the final speaker in this debate. From Jamaica College, we make welcome their reply speaker. Hear, hear.
Adjudicators, opponents, teammates, good afternoon once again. We've had an interesting presentation of points here today, and we thank the opposition for their valiant effort. But nevertheless, we believe that our policy is very effective and it needs to be the future. They said that they are included in Constitutional Reform Committee, but that doesn't necessarily mean that they are a direct and concrete influence over decisions made by those in power. Our policy, as we said, will develop civic pride, and it will encourage more young people to go for political office. The proposition is including all age groups. But again, the topic of this debate is to argue whether youth groups should be given more recognition, and we believe they should. Not discarding the opinions of the older generation. We value their wisdom and welcome it. We have not taken away their influence. If your older generation, as you said, is over 35, by definition, as we said, collectively, the votes of the older people over 35, will add up to 50%. So it's not as if they're cut out, or no matter what they say, the young decision will be accepted. But rather, for something to be passed, both sides will have to agree. We did not emphasize that the youth group is not more important. However, the years that they have been neglected the opportunity for their voice and opinions to be heard. Therefore, assigning greater weight to their votes will rectify this. Of course, they need an incentive, and what we are presenting is an incentive. Too often have we attended many forums, spoke our opinions, and still nothing has been done. You can include the voice of the youth as much as you can, and it will be heard, but it will not be acted upon. Voter fraud. I've yet to understand how giving younger people more votes younger people vote more for weight, can open us up to voter fraud. If this is what you're saying, then you're essentially saying that the younger people are easily corrupted or already corrupt. The second speaker spoke about our youth on social media, and I asked if they will be easily misinformed. He said no. So therefore, it doesn't matter how much misinformation is on social media. It will not affect us. The maroon stands firm in our blood. Social media provides an avenue for youth to express their ideas and opinions as it relates to decisions made without their consultation, as they are oftentimes neglected in such opportunities in government space. So let's not focus on the fact that it could be misleading without any substantial proof. They are already the majority. If the opposition believes so, then our policy solves that, as it caps the younger people vote at 50%. This is to ensure that no matter how many youths turn out to vote, it has the same heavyweight of 50%. The government rests.
And with that, ladies and gentlemen, the debate featuring the young men from St. Andrew has come to an end. We thank the debaters, and at this time, we, the judges, take leave to deliberate on the arguments that would have just been posited. We'll return shortly with the results. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the conclusion of this match. And it is a conclusion because while the debaters have presented their cases in fine fashion, you haven't heard the results. And I'm here with the results. But before I give you, how it is that we as judges analyzed the debate and came to our decision, I think the teams, both Jamaica College and WOLMER'S Boys School, are deserving of a hearty round of applause. Excellently done teams. And it's no wonder that rumor has it on the road that we're doing something great here, exposing young people to ideas surrounding the new constitution and helping them to have a say. Ladies and gentlemen, the match that we just witnessed had to do with the question of whether we should apportion a higher weight of votes coming from the youth, younger persons. When younger persons vote, should we give them greater say in the outcome of the voting process? Ladies and gentlemen, Jamaica College tells us, first and foremost, that this is something that is good and something that should be done because of the fact that young people will have a longer stint in terms of their lived experience with the new constitution. They propose further that Jamaica sees a problem or has a problem with people becoming apathetic and disengaged from the political process, and they argue that this will somehow spur an excitement and enthusiasm, passion even amongst young persons in the voting process. They become politically engaged, yes? Now, WOLMER'S Boys School, clearly they're in opposition, so they don't agree with the proposition. They tell us that all the persons within the population have as much right to the Jamaica that will result from its new constitution. They say that it is undemocratic and it is inequitous to apportion votes weighted more in favor of younger persons. We found it interesting at Jamaica College, we must say, the way you sort of apportion the population into the 4 age groups and basically said that the younger population, their votes will account for 50% of the decision ultimately. We think that there was a bit of a nuance that you might have missed when you yourself conceded, as did WOLMER'S Boys School, that the vast majority of Jamaicans are from among that young cohort. So if it is that that cohort will necessarily be the majority of persons who are voting, we think that to apportion merely 50% of the votes, the outcome of the voting process, the decision arrived at as being attributable to this demographic might not honor as adequately what your burdens are in the motion, in the debate. We think that possibly you should have argued something a little bit more at an individual level or something to that effect, granting greater weight to younger persons as compared to their older counterpart when you aggregate the age proportionalities within the population. So we think that that's something that you really should be mindful of when you go about interpreting the motion. The second thing we thought interesting is this idea that young people will become excited and passionate about the political process. We think you argued that by saying it very often. We think that there was a lot needed in terms of proof that this will in fact happen. At least we got from WOLMER'S a mechanism that we contend was at minimum equal in its capacity to achieve those ends. And what WOLMER'S told us is that they would go about a sort of a public education campaign to kind of sensitize persons about their important civic roles and civic duties. In as much as that was needed to be proven as being efficacious on the part of WOLMER'S Boys Schools, but we think we bite as much almost as your articulation about young people being more engaged in the political process because of the fact that they are given a greater weight in relation to the referendum having to do with the new Jamaican constitution. Furthermore, we think that when we talk about a referendum for the new Jamaican constitution, at times in the debate it seemed as though we're trying to solve all aspects of the new Jamaican constitution. So in other words, this referendum, on this referendum bill, will be the entirety of the new Jamaican constitution subject to a yes or no vote by the Jamaican population. We don't think that this is the case. We think that only aspects like the deeply entrenched provisions will be eligible for determination by the wider population by way of a referendum. And so in as much as that is the case, ideas, for example, such as environmentalism and claiming that environmentalism is greatly supported and advocated for by young people, we're wondering where does this or how does this manifest as being an important idea in the referendum process, when in truth and in fact, the referendum process might not actually engage with those kinds of considerations. Now, ladies and gentlemen, so what this proves to us is that some of the ideas in the debate were a lot more expansive than were legitimately the case in this debate, given the narrowed focus of the process of a referendum in determining aspects of the new Jamaican constitution and ultimately the Jamaican Republic. So ladies and gentlemen, those are just a few of the considerations that we have in terms of the outcome of this match, and what we determined were important considerations as a panel. In the final analysis, one team ends with 249 points. That's the team that wins. And the other team on 231 points will unfortunately cop the second place spot. And the team that wins this debate is the team in opposition, WOLMER'S Boys School. Ladies and gentlemen, the best debater in this match is also from the winning team, the first speaker, WOLMER'S Boys School. We also want to commend the second speaker, who is actually the commendable debater. So ladies and gentlemen, this competition emphasizes the voice of young people having a say and making determinations as to their future. This debate was exactly about that. And so we're grateful to hear young people, boys at that, engaging with this very important idea. We hope that it has framed and fashioned some ideas in your minds. It might not have settled all, but we hope that you found it useful. Thank you for tuning in.
Welcome back to the final match in the quarterfinal round of the Afro Republic Secondary Schools Debate Competition 2023. Now we have come to the very last match in the quarterfinal round, and an on-side proposition in this debate, we have the Mayday High School, and on-side opposition, we have Mount Alvernia High School. And of course, they will be debating the moot. This house believes that the deprivation of rights under states of emergencies for combating persistently high levels of crime is unjustified. We do have an excellent debate on our hands. But before I hand over to the first proposition speaker, just to remind the House of some rules. The first speaker, of course, will be speaking for a maximum of 8 minutes. The second speaker for a maximum of 7 minutes. And the third speaker for a maximum of 5 minutes. After which, the House will pause for a minute, and then we will have the opposition speaker present their reply speech for 3 minutes. Just to remind the debaters as well that in the first and last minutes of the speech is protected time, which means no points of information may be asked. At the end of your speech, you will hear 2 dings of the bell, which signifies that you have elapsed your time, and you have 15 seconds to wrap up your argument, after which the judges will not be listening to you. We, of course, encourage the debaters to engage in the debate by asking points of information. And with that said, we now hand over to the first proposition speaker to open the debate. Hear, hear.
Good morning, distinguished team members, respective judge, opponents, viewers, and members of the opposition. Today, I stand as the first speaker to declare that this House believes that the deprivation of rights under states of emergencies for combating persistently high levels of crime is unjustified. As the first speaker of the proposition, I will first highlight the major arguments this team will be contributing to this debate. States of emergency are not designed for normal day-to-day crime in fights. Our second speaker will show that it is unjustified when we do a cost-benefit analysis. Our third speaker will summarize the entire team's arguments, such as how it's superior to the opposition's, while highlighting the fact that the states of emergency make it easy for law enforcement to abuse their power. Now that you're aware of the key points we'll be discussing, I will explain the issues to be debated by defining the key terms. Deprivation means restricting or lack of access to something. Rights refer to legal ownership or entitlement to have to do something. Rights refer to legal ownership or entitlement to have to do something. States of emergency refers to situation where authority is given by the government to the military and police force to detain citizens without warrant for arrest or based on suspicion for a period of time that can last up to 3 months with approval from an official not below the rank of senior superintendent. Persistently high levels of crime refers to the rate at which crimes occurred, and that rate is considered high and remains high for a long period of time. Unjustified means to have an unfair or an unreasonable excuse for something. Our proposition can be explained this way. We believe that it is unfair to use emergency methods that restrict the rights of all citizens as normal crime-fighting tools. Let's begin by exploring how states of emergency, also known as SOE, work. Under SOE, the government temporarily grants police and soldiers unusual authority, such as the ability to search someone or a building without a warrant. They are also given the authority to arrest and detain someone for up to 7 days without a warrant and without evidence of criminal involvement. If after the 7 days they are not charged, a senior superintendent or a high-rank officer can extend the detention for another 7 days. If charges are still not laid, SOE laws allow the rank officers to approve a further extension of the detention if they believe that there was not enough time to investigate and prove that the person detained is guilty of an action offense. This extension can last up to 3 months. Once it gets once it gets that far and no charge are laid, then the person must be released without possible of extending their detention. Additionally, a curfew might also be imposed while there is a state of emergency. This limits the hours that people are allowed to be in public in areas under SOE. These powers are given to the police and military to be executed to any and everyone who they encounter within an area under SOE. To truly understand how this works, let us contrast it with how the normal process of policing works. Under normal circumstances, an officer must have probable cause to issue a search of someone's property and person. Also, if they are arrested, detained an individual, they have 24 hours to charge the individual with a crime or an offense. Otherwise, they must be brought before a resident magistrate or justice of the peace, who will issue an order to have them released. This is in contrast to 7 days without being charged and a potential up to 3 months without being charged under an SOE. In an SOE, that every citizen, whether actually guilty of a crime or not, potentially can lose their right to freedom of movement, to conduct business, pursue happiness, and live the right to privacy for up to 3 months without charge or evidence of being involved in illegal activities. If you're like me, you'll probably be nervous now, just thinking about the fact that you could be cruising through an area. If you're like me, you will probably be nervous right now, thinking about the fact that you could be cruising through an area and the officer says to you, "I suspect you are a drug dealer because you drive a Mark X. Therefore, I'm confiscating your vehicle and detain you until we can prove it, which may take up to 3 months." Obviously, there are reasons why these powers need to be given to the police and soldiers, but because of how serious they infringe on the rights of the public, states of emergency were never designed to be a part of routine or day-to-day policing and crime fighting. The name itself is clear on that, emergency. This is my main argument. SOE was only designed to be temporary and should quickly bring crime under control or to level so that normally new statistics for fighting day-to-day crime can be employed. The proposition argued that an SOE must be discontinued if there hasn't been any significant improvement or distribution of the crime rate since the SOE, or a slowing or lowering of the crime rate has been achieved since the declaration of the SOE. The reason for this is because we're discussing a situation where the crime rate is persistently high. We're not talking about a high crime rate for 1 to 2 or just 3 or so months. We're talking about the crime rate remaining at very alarming and considered level for a very long period of time, like 6 months to over a year. So much that it has been the new normal crime levels whenever the country finds itself in a situation. It means that kinds of crimes actively contribute to these persistent high levels have passed the status of emergency. It means that the kinds of crimes flowing the constant high levels have permeated society and have become daily crime tactics and trends. Certainly though, an SOE may be necessary as a first line of action, but that is always with the intention to bring the crime rate under control before proceeding to employing new statistics or adjustment to existing methods of policing. That does not require the excessive powers given to law enforcement officers, which involves the providing innocent people of the right to live normal lives. Take, for example, another form of state of emergency declared during the coronavirus pandemics, curfew and Take, for example, another form of state of emergency declared during the coronavirus pandemics. Curfews and restricted on freedoms of movement and interacting with people were imposed, and you could get arrested for doing things that, under normal circumstances, were not illegal. The protocols were thus implemented because the country, due to the pandemic, was in a literal state of emergency. The order has a clear goal: to slow or stop the spread of disease. Once that was achieved, or after a reasonable period of time has passed, whichever came first, the protocols were lifted and the country began to operate under the assumption that the virus was now endemic, meaning it was no longer spreading. Detain an from people to people, but was not resident among the people such that it has become a normal part of day-to-day living. Even when transmission rates were constantly at 30 to 40%, lockdowns were not reintroduced. Lockdowns crippled many businesses, caused much mental and physical illness, and created high levels of stress. The state of emergency was impacting normal living in negative ways. We had passed the emergency states and were not in the stage where we needed to accept.
We thank the first proposition speaker for opening the debate on side proposition, and now we welcome the first opposition speaker to open their argument. Hear, hear.
Adjudicators, I have a simple question. If you're not a drug dealer, what do you have to worry about? Absolutely nothing. If you have your papers, you go on your freeway. Are these the things that are useful for crime fighting? Yes, they are. As a result of the demon of crime, officers need to act immediately and on the spot. We have no time to wait on a warrant. People are dying. We need to act now. We can lose criminals. Crime is a monster. It is a serious emergency, and according to the JIS article, Understanding States of Emergency, published on July 1st, 2022, SOEs can be implemented to deal with, and I quote, drastic increase in crime. Esteemed adjudicators, reputable opponents, teammates, and viewers, good afternoon. When does the cost of security become too high for a nation dedicated to protecting individual liberty? Imagine a territory where crime has become so pervasive that its citizens become numb to the reports of a new murder. Imagine not. It is time that we awaken our citizens, or as I would say, unnumb them. Sure, we're all guilty of complaining about the high crime rates in our nation and living in fear for our lives, yet we cannot seem to understand that without giving up some level of freedom, we will lose it all. I assign the government with such a delicate task as recognizing that we are all going to be inconvenienced in this fight to reduce crime and violence in Jamaica. As we move forward to furthering the good of our nation, our elected officials need to consider thoughtfully and carefully the relationship between liberty and security. The fact is, liberty depends on security, and freedom as we know it in Jamaica depends on eliminating the threat of criminal activities from our lives. Thus, we, the opposition, stand resolute that the government's claim that deprivation of rights under state of emergencies for combating persistently high levels of crime is unjustified, inadmissible. As first speaker, I will highlight the accountability measures that ensures the prevention of abuse of power and protect individual rights. I will also look at how the state of emergencies foster good relationship between citizens and authority, thus resulting in lowered crime rates and a more compliant society. Our second speaker will look at the advantages of a state of emergency, and our third speaker will assess thoroughly the proposition's case and abolish any misconceptions, as well as highlight why we, the opposition, have won any clashes that may present themselves in our argument. A state of emergency is a legal declaration that grants exceptional powers to the government in times of crisis, allowing them to take extraordinary measures not permissible under normal circumstances. According to the Jamaica Information Service, when an SOE is called, the government grants the security forces temporarily additional powers. These include the powers of search of a person or building without a warrant, powers of arrest and detention for up to 7 days without a warrant, and the power to curtail operating hours of businesses. According to Prime Minister Andrew Holness, during the state of public emergency, the security forces will have the power to search, curtail operating hours of businesses, enter places and detain persons without a warrant, along with suspending or limiting the rights to movement. It is crucial to emphasize that such a state is time-limited and subject to review. It is not an open-ended grant of authority. Any extension of the state of emergency must receive approval from the Parliament, ensuring a system of checks and balances. An important point to note is that a state of emergency can only be considered unjust if it involves the disproportionate or unnecessary restriction of individual rights and freedoms without a valid justification. During state of emergency, the Constitution acknowledges the need for suspending rights to protect the public interest and maintain social harmony. However, it is essential to remember that these rights are not absolute. The enjoyment of rights and freedom comes with the caveat, subject to respect for the rights and freedoms of others and the public interest. Striking a balance between protecting individual freedoms and safeguarding the well-being of society as a whole is of paramount importance during these challenging times. Thus, in situations such as wars, calamities, or the threat of subversion, individual rights may be temporarily suspended. The question of liberty and security is not an either or. The proposition argues that such measures may lead to the abuse of power by the government. While this concern is valid, transparency and accountability must be pillars of any emergency response. History has shown us instances of emergency measures being abused for political gain or to suppress dissent. But let us not forget that we have made significant strides in establishing democratic institutions and checks and balances that can prevent such abuse. According to an article posted by the Jamaica Information Service on July 2nd, 2022, when the stipulated period of an state of emergency is nearing its end, the government reviews the situation to determine whether the provision should be lifted or continued. Once a decision is made, if the decision is to extend the SOE, the details are officially recorded and published. A decision to end an SOE is usually taken once the situation is under control. The decision is announced and the government takes steps to maintain the controlled gain during the SOE. Key safeguards that are put in place include the state of emergency being proportionate to the severity of the crisis. Actions taken should be specifically tailored to address the immediate security threats while minimizing the impact on individual rights. Non-discrimination is also a crucial aspect of safeguarding individual rights during emergencies. The measures should not discriminate against any particular group based on race, ethnicity, religion, or any other characteristics. Everyone should be treated fairly and equally under the law, regardless of the situation. Public engagement and consultation plays a vital role in ensuring that the measures taken during a state of emergency are well informed, widely accepted, and responsive to the concerns of the affected communities. Governments should actively engage with the public and civil society organizations to understand the specific challenges and needs of the communities affected by the crisis. Finally, protecting media freedom and freedom of expression is of utmost importance during a state of emergency. By upholding these safeguards, government can strike a balance between safeguarding public safety and protecting individual rights during state of emergencies. It is essential to uphold the principles of democracy, human rights, and the rule of law even in times of crisis. These safeguards help prevent any potential abuses of power and ensure that the emergency measures remain targeted and proportionate to the crisis at hand, fostering public trust in the government's response to critical situations. This leads into my second point. During state of emergencies, a positive relationship between citizens and authorities can be fostered, resulting in lowered crime rates and a more compliant society. Enhanced security measures such as increased police presence and swift response to criminal activities create a sense of safety and protection among citizens, deterring potential criminals. Additionally, clear communication from the government about the crisis and the measures being taken builds trust and understanding among citizens, leading to greater compliance with necessary restrictions and cooperations with law enforcement. Moreover, state of emergencies provide an opportunity for public engagement and cooperation, with citizens rallying together to support their communities and work collaboratively with agencies and volunteers. Responsiveness to community concerns further strengthens the relationship as authorities tailor responses to specific needs and challenges, demonstrating empathy and understanding. Effective crisis management during emergencies showcase the government's competence and commitment to public safety, enhancing citizens' confidence in their authorities. Furthermore, supporting vulnerable populations impacted by crime through victim support services and social programs show citizens that their government cares about their welfare and investments in long-term solutions. We want a government that cares.
We thank the first opposition speaker for opening the debate on side opposition. And now we welcome to the floor the second Proposition speaker for advancing the case on side proposition. Here, here.
The majority of people's rights being violated are people who are innocent of crimes and are not responsible for the rise in crime. Which means, as a crime-fighting tool, it's just bad. Good morning to my teammates, opponents, honorable judges, and members of the audience. We are here today to express that we believe that it is unfair to restrict the rights of citizens in an attempt to fight crime when the levels are continuously high. My substantive argument will be to show that using SOE to fight continuously high levels of crime is not appropriate when we do a cost-benefit analysis. The cost in this case is both monetary as well as the cost of the rights of the innocent people. Before I dive into that, however, let us consider again the critical point proposition has prepared thus far. States of emergencies are not day-to-day crime-fighting tools. They are not good at doing that, which I will show in details. Plus, in principle, they are only for emergency or temporary situations. But persistently high levels of crimes mean that we are talking about day-to-day crime fighting. Day-to-day crime fighting was described by our first speaker as relative and thus which makes crime levels routine for how long those rates continue to hold. So normal crime rates may have been 600 crimes per year in the past, which means when we hit a 1,000 mark, that would be considered extremely high. But if we are consistently have 1,000 crimes per year for, say, 2 or 3 years, then 1,000 can no longer be considered high, but is now the new norm. My first speaker would have discussed that it is unfair to impose the strict measures and grant the unusual powers that restrict the rights of all affected citizens when we initially try to respond to a spiraling out of control crime rate because the goal is to stop the spiraling. But once the goal has been achieved, or when we realize it is not having an impact, then we would have lost the basis of our justification, and if the foundation is lost, then we must change the approach. I want us to consider some facts about the results of SOE. Under these measures, law enforcers tend to detain an extremely large amount of innocent people compared to people guilty of crimes. This bid is to reduce violent crimes may yield initially good results because it acts as a sort of shock to the criminal element and forces them to go into hiding and slow down their activities. But it does not make any long-term difference. A large number of people are detained because, as mentioned by our first speaker, it is a time that police and soldiers have full authority to, without reason, detain anyone they suspect of being involved in criminal activities. But that by itself is the reason why it is unfair to do this to fight persistent or day-to-day crime.
Information.
Not accepting at this moment. When implemented, people detained during an SOE who are actually charged with a crime account for an extremely small percentage of all people who lost their freedoms of movement, privacy, and right to operate in society without harassment. Data from the Jamaica Constabulary Force shows that under the recent states of public emergency in Hanover, St. James, and Westmoreland, 811 out of 906 detained individuals were released after processing. In other words, of this wave of mass arrests, only 95 people were charged with a crime, and only 17 of that 95 were charged for their involvement in homicides or shootings. And just 2 of that 17 were alleged gang members who were prosecuted. That means, on average, across 3 whole parishes, SOE is only successful 10% of the time at catching actual criminals. These numbers are more discouraging when you consider the fact that the major violent crimes are well over 1,000 per year. State of emergencies, with all their weighty and excessive powers, have only been able to capture 17 people connected with shootings and homicides. Data from the JCF also show that overall violent crimes increased by the little over 10% in West Kingdom, where there were repeated extensions of state of emergencies in an attempt to fight the persistently high levels of crime there. Additionally, there were reports of increased criminal activities in the other areas not under state of emergency as a result of hiding criminals and diverting police personnel and resources. What this confirms for the Noble House is that SOE is not effective for routinely fighting crime, which is what is necessary when crime levels are persistently high. Under normal circumstances, the recommendation would be to promptly find a new approach. When then should Jamaicans even consider using state of emergencies frequently when they yield these kinds of results at a high cost? A 2020 Gleaner article reported that the bill was close to over $3 million of the $500 million budgeted. That much money for those tiny results plus negative effects don't sound like we can justify doing this routinely. Worse, consider the cost of families that are left broken up as a result of loved ones being detained without reason and for weeks to months. Many spend a lot of wasted time in cells, then later are released without charge. They end up being judged negatively by their employers, who begin to suspect them of being criminals even though they were wrongly legally detained. This is just not fair and is unjustifiable. The effects of this sometimes include people resenting the law enforcers and being unwilling to work with them to help fight crime. We can't explain having to do this to people on a regular basis. Worse, when at the end of the day we have small levels of success. Those results are not worth the cost. We can't justify using SOE in this way on a regular basis. From a cost-benefit analysis point of view, this is a gross wastage of resources. These resources could be used for everyday crime fighting, which will yield more consistent and better results without messing up the lives and well-being of the innocent people. I hope to God no one has to go through that before they see that they need to side with Team Mayday. Thank you.
All right, we thank the second proposition speaker for advancing the case on side proposition. And now we invite the second opposition speaker to provide rebuttals and advance the case on side opposition. Hear, hear.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, adjudicators, and fellow opponents. Majority are innocent? How do we know this? They state that they have gotten only 2 of 17 persons being arrested truly committing this crime. But Mr. Speaker, I say to you, a win is a win. We might have only gotten 2 of the 17. But I ask, are they not 2 murderers, 2 robbers, 2 persons who could have committed atrocities against our children, against our family? We need to fact check these informations, as crime has actually gone down under the SOE. Therefore, I ask that the information given by the proposition be null and void. As we have seen, where according to the JCF, all parish saw a decrease in the shootings between 2022 and 2023. Also, there are areas in which crime, we have seen areas such as Duncan's Hill having a reduction in crime of 45%. Mr. Speaker, we have seen where these SOEs are indeed effective. We see the proposition also stating that these SOEs are day-to-day, stressing on that fact. But may I point you to my
to the first speaker who stated that they would only be in cases of emergency. Now, the proposition would have us believe that one right is an important thing. And if the opposition's beliefs are to be fostered, the Jamaican people's right will be taken away from them, leading into a dictatorship. However, Mr. Speaker, this is simply not the case. As the opposition, we are determined to the well-being of the people. We are determined to protect and secure our people. The proposition would have us reserve all the rights except the right to live. I see no duppy with rights. Is it better to sit in a hospital bed with gunshots or stab wounds or, dare I say, dead, while reserving the right to move, while reserving the right to assemble? Mr. Speaker, I move on to the fact that we have seen where Jamaica is ranked 10th, not in the Caribbean, but the world for crime. I see this as the very meaning for us needing an SOE. We have seen where for every 52.9 persons of 100,000 persons in Jamaica have been killed. 52.9 of our children, 52.9 of our friends and families. Mr. Speaker, the end does justify the means. We can look at this by looking at the data provided by El Salvador. As today they celebrate 142 days free of crime in 2022. However, when we look at El Salvador in 2015, they were ranked the highest in crime. We saw that due to the installments of SOEs across the country, they had a tremendous decrease by 56.8% in 2022, and it falling from 1,147 persons killed in 2021. Mr. Speaker, we, just like El Salvador, faces challenges with limited national budgets and limited accesses to resources as well as overworked staff. However, the benefits are not only in the security of their people, but also their economy, as we have seen where their GDP has grown by 3%. Mr. Speaker, we can look at Jamaica with an estimated growth range of 4 to 5.5% for the fiscal year of 2022 to 2023. Also, we must look at recent polls by El Salvadorians which approve of the crackdown being set, with 91% of them stating that they agree with the government's approach. Every 9 out of 10 persons approving of the actions taken by the administration. Mr. Speaker, let us move deeper into Jamaica. As when we look at our economy, tourism being our bread and butter, our Minister of Tourism, Honorable Edmund Bartlett, stated that from January to March of 2022, it is estimated that Jamaica has welcomed over 1.18 billion visitors, which is a growth by 94.4%. Mr. Speaker, we can attribute this to the SOEs, as recent years have shown that people have grown fearful of coming to Jamaica due to crime. However, due to the recent reductions in which we have seen, due to said SOE, we see an increase in our tourism, which is one of Jamaica's main economic resources, as we have earned $1.15 billion from the 2022 period. Mr. Speaker, we see where the SOE once again not only strengthens protecting our citizens, but our economy. The lack of right, truly, as my first speaker would have stated, does not affect law-abiding citizens. If one is walking with the right papers, if one is not involved in criminal activities, there is no need to fear the SOE. The proposition would also like us to believe that businesses are struggling, causing mental health problems. However, recent studies shown by the Gleaner has stated that business communities across St. James welcome the declaration of the state of emergency, with every 5 out of 10 persons saying that although it does affect their employees and causes an inconvenience, there is light at the end of the tunnel, Mr. Speaker. We see where there was, when the SOE was first installed, we had 1,647 deaths in 2017, and then the following year, we had a decrease to 1,287. I rest for now. Thank you.
We thank the second opposition speaker for her contribution to the debate. And now we welcome to the floor the third proposition speaker for closing out the case on side proposition. Hear, hear.
As we all know, crime is a serious issue that we need to be addressed. However, we should not allow the need for safety to cloud our judgment and side with an idea that we need to surrender our right indefinitely. State of emergency should not be used for presentment high level of crime. Team Proposition had adequately, throughout the first speaker, explained how the state of emergency works and where its strength lies. It is equal effectively as an initial and temporary response to a sudden spike in criminal activity. This strength is simply because it is a sudden jump into an area where crime is unusually high, using very special and strong power that frighten criminals into hiding. This is why there is an initial decrease in criminal activities in the area. But as we discussed, these successes are temporary and do not last, because eventually the criminals either get used to the situation and become active again, causing an increase in crime. Increase in crime in the area, where the SOE, as was the case with caused an increase in crime in the same area where the SOE, where there's an SOE. As was the case with the West Kingston or the migrant. As with the case with the West Kingston or the as was the case with the West Kingston, or they migrated to another area where the criminal activity skyrocket. For this reason, SOE is most effective as temporary tool to cause a break in the momentum of crime, giving law enforcement a chance to adjust their daily crime fighting techniques and target the new trend in crimes. But when we see unusual high level of crime being consistent for an extended period of time, it is sign that the fight is not with one hit wonder, but it is the new normal in criminals who. It's a new normal in the criminal world. It is the day-to-day crime fighting that was designed to tackle the kind of things not SOE. Moreover, we could not justify using SOE in any other way than we argue, because the result compared to the cost are just not acceptable. $500 million on statistics that is only effective for about 2 to 3 months is not a wise way to spend money every year. Consider the substance impact we would have on deterring crimes if those resources could be used to pay our officers more, or acute new technology more frequency to be used in normal police. Also, how can a mere 10% successful rate be used to justify locking away hundreds of innocent people for no reason? For a week up to 3 months, when a state of emergency is declared, law enforcement are given authority by the government to detain citizens without warranty for arrest. While these powers can be useful in certain temporary situations, they can also be easily abused. Overusing of SOE can result in officers not being diligently in executing of their duties, knowing that they are unlikely to face any consequences for their action. They may find it simply easier to just throw random people in jeeps than to undergo proper police work to determine reason for their detention. This itself is a law enforcement engaging in form of misconduct. What if you are in your bed and suddenly a police officer orders you to open the door? When you do this, they claim their need to search your property and that they detain you on suspicion of proceed. What if you're in bed, sleeping, and suddenly the police officer orders you to open your door? When you do, they claim that they need to search your property and that you're suspicious of You're suspicious of drugs. 7 days pass in locked up and they don't charge you. Week pass and they don't charge you. You are locked up for 3 weeks before they finally release you without charge. You endure.
All right, we thank the third proposition speaker for closing out the arguments on side proposition. And now we welcome to the floor the third opposition speaker for advancing their side of the debate. Hear, hear.
Adjudicators, members of the audience, members of the opposition, good afternoon. The proposition clearly has no appreciation to the lives of citizens, because if they did, they would be leaping at the chance to protect their citizens and not basic rights. The proposition is believed to live in a delusion. How could you put rights above life? I understand that the people of Jamaica has rights, with one being the unlawful detention. However, detention is a mechanism used to prevent criminals from escaping, and as said by the proposition, allowing them to escape and continue their crimes elsewhere. Furthermore, as said by my colleagues, if you are found innocent, you will be let go. Moreover, the increase in crime is not temporary. Between the years of 2022 and 2023, murder in the Western parishes increased. If this was temporary, it would be stagnant and not continued to progress. We cannot ignore the grim reality of crime in Jamaica. According to a report, The Gleaner, the country has been grappling with alarming high levels of violent crimes, posing a significant threat to the safety and well-being of its citizens. The statistics are staggering, with homicide rates reaching an alarming peak in recent years, as published by the Jamaica Constabulary Force. In the face of such dire situation, the government has the responsibility to take decisive action to protect its people. States of emergencies can provide the law enforcement agencies with additional power to swiftly respond to criminal activities and restore order in the most affected areas. We cannot stand idly by while our communities are plagued by violence and fear, depriving certain rights temporarily because it is necessary to ensure the fundamental right to life and security is carried out. In this modern world, our generation can only hear stories of a good old days when you could leave your doors open or sleep on the outside without someone attacking you. A society where you could sleep on the bed instead of under it. The implementation of the states of emergencies is a temporary step aimed at restoring peace and order in areas plagued by crime. During the SOEs, the government enhances the law enforcement measures to apprehend criminals and disrupt their activities. This proactive approach aims to create a safer environment for citizens, deterring potential wrongdoers. Citizens can take comfort in the fact that the government is taking concrete action to protect them, reducing fear and anxiety. Moreover, it is crucial to recognize that SOEs are not declared
in regular circumstances, rather they are invoked in the response to escalating crime rates that pose a significant threat to public safety. The decisive action demonstrates that the government's commitment to safeguarding its citizens, reassuring them that every effort is being made to combat crime effectively. Furthermore, the implementation of SOEs can act as a deterrent to crimes and criminal organizations. When they witness the government's resolute response, it disrupts their activities and forces them to rethink their strategies. A report broadcast in the Gleaner highlighted how SOEs led to increased arrests of notorious criminals and a decrease in crime rates in certain areas, demonstrating the efficiency of these measures. SOEs reduce fear and anxiety, boost confidence in the government, and show Jamaica's commitment to every citizen's safety. Can you imagine every night you hear guns barking knowing there is a possibility someone is losing their life? Or you might be next? These are perfect ingredients for a mental crisis. We don't need any more problems. This is what the opposition is suggesting when they say human rights being deprived under states of emergencies is unjust, meaning they are deeming it unconstitutional. They are placing a bad name on SOEs, and even though it does have its faults, it has been effective in the job and it was designed to do. Let us embrace it as a vital tool in fighting against crime, working together for a safer nation. Thank you.
We thank the third opposition speaker for closing out the argument on side opposition. And at this point, we pause for a minute to allow the debaters to put the finishing touches on their reply speeches, after which we'll invite the opposition to come and present their reply speech. Your minute begins now. All right. We now invite the opposition to come and present their reply speech. Here.
In the popular anime One Punch Man, there are various levels of threats that require different responses. God-level threats are threats that endanger the survival of all and require A-rank heroes. We, the opposition, believe that crime is a God-level issue, and currently our S-rank hero, which has been working, is SOEs. The question now is it right to deprive rights when we dispatch our S-rank hero to tackle crime? That is the issue up for the discussion in today's debate. The prop explains that police will abuse their power, with people being detained, etc. However, we argue that the right to life trumps all and means justify the end. We argue that state of emergencies can provide law enforcement agencies with additional powers to swiftly respond to criminal activities and restore order in the most affected areas. It gives security forces the power to search, curtail operating hours of businesses, enter places, and detain persons without a warrant, and it curtains movement with the use of curfews. These measures are just and required when combating crime. The Constitution already allows for the use of state of emergencies in case of significant increase in crime, and it already allows for the suspension of certain rights. Our opposition argued that 3 million of the 500,000 has been spent on state of emergencies in the budget. However, a state of emergency aimed at combating crimes can significantly influence a country's economy, presenting both opportunities and challenges. When effectively implemented, this measure can enhance security through increased police presence and surveillance, fostering a safer environment for businesses and individuals. Additionally, the improved security can attract more tourists and investors, stimulating economic growth and generating additional revenue streams. Additionally, they argue that SOEs are not a good mechanism for fighting day-to-day crimes. A state of emergency is typically not intended to be a day-to-day measure for fighting crime. Instead, a state of emergency is declared in response to exceptional circumstances such as natural disasters, civil unrest, public health emergencies, or imminent threats to national security. Lastly, they argue that 10% effectiveness in the detention of innocent citizens is unjustified. However, during a state of emergency, detention can become a vital measure to address persistently high levels of crime and ensure public safety in exceptional circumstances. The immediate containment of potential threats can prevent further harm and allow law enforcement to conduct thorough investigations, gathering crucial evidence for prosecution. By temporarily incapacitating individuals engaged in criminal activities, detention can disrupt criminal networks and prevent planned attacks, providing a respite for communities and allowing authorities to address the underlying causes of crime. Detentions also play a role in maintaining order during emergencies, curbing civil unrest and preventing vigilante justice. However, it is imperative to exercise caution and uphold detainees' rights to prevent abuse of power. And this is where I rest my case.
All right, we thank the opposition for their response, their reply speech in closing out their side of the debate. And at this juncture, we now invite the reply speech from the proposition to close out this debate. Hear, hear.
Majority are innocent. How do we know this, you asked? We have provided much evidence that many were kept up to 3 months just to get lost in the system or to be told that they are not going to be charged. Kurt Mitchell, who was locked up for 20 days under the SOE, or maybe even put yourself in the position of Roshane Clark, who was detained unlawfully for 7 months during the SOE. These are real examples of our points that is best explained by the judge in Kirk's case. And I quote, "There can be no question that the manner in which the claimant was treated is the result of a grave misuse of state power. Yes, we agree that SOE are effective, but for the purpose of to urgently get a crisis under control. Tell me, opposition, how would you feel if your mother, father, or any of your family members were in a cell for 3 months just because of being a suspect? Can you tell me that you wouldn't have reacted badly? You stated that there's no need to fear the SOE if you are not actually guilty of a crime. SOE grants authority to the military to detain people even just by the way that they dress. Why then should Jamaicans even consider using states of emergency frequently when they yield this kind of result at high cost? That much money for those tiny results plus the negative effects doesn't sound like we can justify this routinely. The proposition rests.
All right, we thank the proposition for closing out this debate. And at this point, we pause for the judges' deliberation, after which we will return and give you the rundown of this debate and, of course, decide who would have won this debate.
Hello, everyone. Najani was the chair for this round, but he asked me to give the oral adjudication, and this was my first match for the day, so I'm very happy to do so. So firstly, I'm going to give you guys an overview of what the judges heard in the match, and then I'll tell you basically what the clashes were, and then ultimately what team prevailed in the match today. All right, so let's start with what we heard. The first proposition proposition essentially told us that we have a huge crime problem in Jamaica, but the way to solve that problem is to invest in long-term strategies. They said that a proposition to implement states of emergency is something that simply wouldn't work because, one, even though it does have an effect on crime, this effect is short-term, and as part of that effect, you also cause harms on a majority of the population, most of whom are innocent. And the percentage that we got from proposition was about 90% of the people who are ultimately arrested in states of emergency aren't charged, and even among the 10% who are charged, it's just a very few number that are charged for serious crimes. And they said because of this, and also monetary costs and other issues, it simply isn't justified for us to use states of emergency as a way to curb the crime problem. Opposition agreed that we have a major crime problem. They also agreed that most of the people who are arrested are innocent people. But opposition said that this particular course of action is necessary because of the significance of the problem. Now, let's just pause on that for one moment. Here we see a clash between proposition and opposition where they're talking about the significance of the problem. And the framing that we got from proposition is, once we have the crimes going up to a certain level in the first place, we get to a new normal, and we cannot use states of emergency because they're actually designed for temporary, short-term upsurges in crimes or instability. Now, opposition goes on to tell us, well, it's important that we use states of emergency because these measures could, despite restricting freedoms, actually reduce the murders that take place, and they gave us some statistics and some examples that would go to support that. Now, ultimately, the debate boiled down to three clashes. Is the state of emergency necessary? Proposition won on this clash by saying, well, it's a significant problem crime, but we don't believe it's necessary because the impacts are short-term, and when you look into the longer term, you actually cause a lot of harms on people who are ultimately innocent, and this is a problem for government. The second clash is, does it work? Once again, proposition won on this clash because they said, well, clearly, if the impact is short-term, and if most of the people who are being affected are innocent, and even among those people who are criminal elements, you only capture maybe 2 or so murderers, then this cannot be a proper approach to solving crime. And the response from opposition simply was not sufficient. Despite bringing up examples such as El Salvador or a reduction in the murder rates, all of these pointed to short-term reductions in crime. And the explanation, for example, with El Salvador did not sufficiently provide the kind of analysis that showed that there was actually a causation relationship between the implementation of SOEs and the reduction in murders in El Salvador, instead of just a corollary relationship where SOEs were implemented, but also there was a reduction in crime. And then the final clash that we had in the debate is the implementation of the SOE proportionate? And the judges believed unanimously, once again, that proposition won on this clash. Because when we consider the benefits that we get from the SOEs, in that maybe 10% of the people arrested are charged, and then even fewer of those people are charged for serious crimes, but then also you have these significant negative harms that are done on the wider society, that is most innocent people. Clearly, this cannot be a proportionate approach to actually solving the crime problem. And as a result of those clashes being considered, the panel decided that the winner of the debate was Team Proposition Mayday. The fan favorite for this debate was Team Proposition Mayday. And we found the best speaker in the debate was the second proposition speaker from Mayday. The panel would like to congratulate both teams on an excellent match and wish both teams all the best going forward. We invite you to stay back with us for a few moments as we listen for the teams that will advance the semis. Thank you.